La sola. Karalu lerimna lu chembale so seshunela. Tampu pom disugi lapsoko la. Pinsum sobenim, pinsum sobeginim se. Kasum chonga sengare gubere do seshunela. The pinsum sobeginim se medi tarisum chiginim luko menase. Yanam lutan shawiginim toela. Na paluta do chibojin puigiluma siwe mosla. Na salu zibdo chibojin tarinalu chimikudin. Loisha gya habgi khaba dunanki gi khaba da ngachira najindi swe la shre chindi dula kara phinsum sobi gi tende zanu tende zabe gi nyimdi nalu kara lu chembale so se te tarigi thuzin ba chewa ngara da ngari gi nyamro samtin ngachini gi khatule chembale so kuzambo se shunila ta khatsa ngachi gi lerim di bawachin abu gi thudur gi lerim tenchiba chuba 님 다반을 배우도 지바신 나치긴 남시 주들리 텐데기 베탑 마디우 템베기 qablu tensa 두기 추릭다 추릭 디술랄렌 탑 미데 다지 디술랄렌 탑 데기베 돈렌 카데베 벤나세 terugia habsosle panne kap madau disu ten yobegi kole nalu seju phi beodalu ani thabdane kap disugi kar thu khanam shinale ngachira tapu pham gelap sidula namda gebegi sume those kademchi be ngachigi nalu namshi judegi tab madu themro chibasin ani tabdane kap kharagi phento masudibere chungkuchigi phentosu brochi basin lerim digi migdendi dupsire te chime semidi kharagi thuganam shinale te yente disu thuganam do ono irewa yuse danamshi judegi tab madu seudalu ngachiri gya khabnalu cham chimela ditab madu di zamling gya khab katile yobim de zijumi yensemi tarina cha khato me kharagi khensa da zisachi se 당아치는 남시 주득이 탑 마디우 딜레텐디베 계사 가dem치 도 유비나 탑 마디우 가dem치 텐도 유비나 비 총쇼리 총쇼 야합 총쇼리 총쇼 가치리 야합 말라 가치리 야합로 페샤디기 베쇼게라 가치리 야합나루 남시 주딜리 텐디기베 키슈디기베 추리 텐디베 이고에 차바야 미주가세 산치미 년니미 바슈미기 미세 타미주라 아니 미시디수 가치리 펌핀체 가치리 다도르 가치리 따토 사인스 슈네라 콜루 nga치기 차르마부 가기 베님라 콜루 다톨레 nga치기 탑시 마템 가기 때님 세슈네라 데이페 충구지맘라 갸합소설레 팔라 치미체 구케와친 랑기 갸합라 치라 파미 팔루 타와친 랑기 갸합라 파 세슈네라 랑기 샤사 히세비 치베기 갸합데 로렌체 메바 잠수기 올루 팀사타 베데고베기 네타초시 세템베도 세슈네라 아니 디술루 nga치기 차르마부 가기 베님라 나신 라셔를 쳔디돌라 나신 디수 투시나니기 투세렌치노라 고칩 라셔를 쳔노라 고칩 디수 시주삼니기 투세렌치노 시슈니라 디기날레 나신 디술로 록수베쇼고벨라 다동아기 치갸 합기 갸합 디수 잠소 올루 팀데서다 루기 갸합 잠소 올루 팀베기 사자멘라 나치리기 마오바디 잠소 올루 팀데살라 나치리 갸합기 유급 차바니메서다 유급 차바비기 사자멘라 ngachire najindu su shusagi sago dipchabade sugi sajayinse 다니 보다니 탑 마디우드 세고브로 치바친 소라 ngachira najingi chubegi tare nalu chumigi ko chubdesugi 탑다 네컵 가뎀제 테니둘라 아니 탑다 네컵 디수 텐션날레 tare 나바 미데다지 추릭 디즈메 첸릭 라셔르 텐디두 아니 디수 요키 톨레베 테 남시 주데게 탑 마디우드 템베기 갑로 돈렌 제나우노 이게레와 ngachire jamling de hemaye gato to bedino sala tato ikito to sachibere sala mombale gato to bishani nalu taregi chudu lerim denale tikaregi yente tukana unne girewa yusemola samte.
Yes, la. So Kuzangpo and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We also have our lovely and young students from the Royal Academy joining us today. So welcome, students. Now, welcome back to day 2 of the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention and ABU AI Forum 2026. My name is Samtan Dolkar. Most days, I work as a journalist, a news anchor, and a current affairs producer. Today, I have added one more title to the list, your host. And joining me once again is my colleague and my co-host, Tsewang, clearly trusted with a second shift after successfully surviving day 1 yesterday. So we hope all of you had a great first day, a very insightful discussion yesterday. And our guest, all of you had some time to go around and explore and All of you might have, met new people and exchanged a few business cards. And most importantly, we hope you still know where those business cards are. Do you still have your business cards that you exchanged yesterday? Because somehow they always seem to disappear when we need them the most, right? So yes, now because the room is very quiet, let's do a quick check. Let's see if the room is fully awake and full of energy. So can we have the loudest, and I'm saying it again, the loudest round of applause, please. That's like it, that's like it. That's the energy we like to see on a Wednesday morning and throughout the session today. Right, so before we begin today's session, I would like to take a moment to reflect on what were discussed yesterday, because we have a lot of new people participating on the second day. So yesterday we had rich conversations on how broadcasters and media serve communities before, during, and after disasters, sharing cases from across the region. And one key message stood out, that when disaster strikes, trusted information saves lives. And perhaps the real takeaway is this: disaster communication is most powerful when it is planned long before the disaster arrives. I say it's a bit like insurance. We hope we never need the insurance, but we are very grateful it's there when we, have an accident with another car, when something goes wrong in life. So yesterday focused on resilience through people, partnerships, and public service media. Today we turn to how intelligence, both human and artificial, can strengthen that resilience. Which is why that brings us naturally to today's theme: artificial intelligence or AI. So show of hands, how many of you used AI this morning? Or if you just woke up and then came to this venue, maybe how many of you used AI yesterday? Show of hands. Right. There you go. All right. So AI, as we all know, is already everywhere, as we can see right now. There were quite a lot of show of hands. And some of us use it to write email. I do. We use it to summarize reports. Some of you in this room might have used it this morning or yesterday to plan what to do after the session or to do during the excursion tomorrow. So the good news is it's incredibly helpful. The bad news is it's incredibly confident even when it's wrong. But as we will discover today, the real question is not whether AI is coming. It's already here. The question is how we use it responsibly, ethically, and effectively to strengthen public media, improve emergency communication, and help communities become more resilient in an increasingly uncertain world. So today we will discuss the opportunities, the risks, the responsibilities, and most importantly, the human judgment that must remain at the center of every algorithm. So whether you are a policymaker, storyteller, media professionals, students, or innovators, Day 2 promises conversations that are practical and essential. So with that, once again, ladies and gentlemen and students, welcome to Day 2 of the summit. And so, I now hand over the stage to Nargiza. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samtan and Seo, for this wonderful intro to the Day 2. And let's start. And before we start the ABU AI Forum, welcome again, everyone. Good morning. I just want to make a short recap of the day 1. The day 1 of the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention, who brought together media leaders, journalists, disaster management experts, scientists, and development partners, all together here in Bhutan, in beautiful Paro. So day 1 was a powerful reminder in today's climate impacted world, media is no longer an observer of events, but increasingly a first responder. Our discussions also highlighted the growing responsibility of broadcasters to deliver accurate, science-based information while maintaining public trust in an era marked by misinformation and disinformation and declining confidence in institutions. Also, the sessions on early warnings for all reinforced the importance of transforming alerts into action. The need for inclusive communication, local languages, and last-mile connectivity emerged as key priorities. Broadcasters from the Asia-Pacific region shared the practical experiences through the Media Saving Lives session. Case studies demonstrated how disaster preparedness and response plans, strong newsrooms, protocols, and effective coordinations with meteorological agencies and emergency management authorities can significantly improve media performance during crisis. We also focused on the challenges of climate and emergency reporting under pressure, addressing journalist safety, ethical reporting standards, and growing threat of climate misinformation and disinformation. And also the importance of local voices, indigenous knowledge, and the community perspectives and strengthening public understanding and resilience have been also highlighted. So several key messages emerged across all the sessions. Climate change is not only the environmental issue, but a human issue, affecting lives, livelihoods, and communities. Public service media plays a vital role in disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. Trust, credibility, and editorial integrity remain the foundation of effective communication. Early warnings must be people-centered, inclusive, and actionable. Preparedness should be institutionalized within media organizations rather than activated only during the emergencies. Strong partnership among media, science, government, humanitarian organizations, and communities are essential. Local knowledge and indigenous perspectives are critical assets in climate communication. And effective communication can help turn awareness into action and ultimately save lives. So as we move today on the day 2 and explore the opportunities and the challenges presented by artificial intelligence, the discussions from day one provide an important foundation. The central question remains, how can emerging technologies strengthen the ability of media to inform, protect, and empower communities in an increasingly complex and climate-affected world? So I would like to thank all the speakers, moderators, and partners for contributing to a rich and insightful first day of discussions. And now we will move to the day 1, which is the AI Forum 2026, under the theme Intelligent Media, AI for Resilient Broadcasting and Emergency Response. So artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming the media landscape. It offers unprecedented opportunities to improve content production, strengthen emergency communication, enhance accessibility, support multilingual services, and help media organizations better serve their audience during times of crisis. At the same time, AI raises important questions about editorial responsibility, transparency, ethics, trust, and the future role of human judgment in journalism and broadcasting. So with no further ado, as AI continues to reshape our industry, our challenge is not simply to adopt new technologies, but to ensure that these technologies serve people, strengthen public trust, and contribute to safer, more resilient communities. And it is my pleasure, again, to welcome you all to ABU AI Forum 2026. And our first session this morning is AI in Broadcasting and Media, opportunities, risks, and responsibilities. As AI becomes more integrated into our daily operations, the question is no longer whether we will use AI, but how we will use it. So I would like to invite the moderator for the session, Mr. Atik Kainan Ahmed, who is international expert and a technical advisor, who will lead the session, AI in broadcasting and media, opportunities, risk, and responsibilities. But before we start the session, we have one message. That message is from, you will see, it's a very famous person actually, and the message is very strong and powerful. And I want to mention that we give all the credits to content creators because we took that video from the open social media, and I would like to play that video first. Sarah, can we have the video?
Hello.
Sorry, we cannot play the video. We have some technical problems here, unfortunately. So we continue with the session. And would like to invite Mr. Atik Kainan to take the floor. Thank you so much. This is so frustrating. We checked everything. So please fix it. I want to play this video later. I want everything to work. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Happy start of the day. With the happiness index highest in the world, we definitely would like to have a happy start of the AI session. But virtual session, even in the first session, we will have 3 presenters virtually, so which gives the right of the AI. Anyway, this session is called AI in Broadcasting and Media, Opportunities, Risk, and Responsibilities. We'll discuss all 3. But first, let me start with the thing. We have an intergenerational transformation now. Our grandparents, parents, They have wonderful poetry, poetry in motion, songs. And we lived through those in our lullabies and many of these things from our grandparents. Then came the science. Wonders of, things started to come in. And basically, we lived through our generation or grew up through science and technology, isn't it? But now, on top of both, it came artificial intelligence, the thing that we call AI. It can do poetry, it can do songs, it can do your science and technology and everything. But do we replace our previous things, the songs, poetry, or our wonderful growth of science and tech? No, we build on that. And this is the opportunity of our generation and current generation and the generation to come. And that's why in the media, we would like to indulge this particular transformation as well. All of us use AI now, but how we use it, how we integrate those into our media actions, and how we are smarter than others by using those, and how we are efficient in timing and performance in action, that is the thing to look at. But more importantly, how we use this with a responsible manner. The science in responsible manner, the media, information sharing, the communication, everything in a more responsible manner. We don't want to bombard with any other additional thing, rather want to do things in a more efficient manner. So this transformation started to touch our media and communication significantly, as we have seen in recent days. All of us use AI, but in different ways with different standards, different, applications. We have started to see that the newsroom, automation, the content recommendation, generation, and structuring of it, at the same time, audience analytics, how these are being used, how audiences are taking different kind of contents, when they're taking what kind of context, what is the nature of these are emerging. A very interesting type of analytics are also emerging quite significantly. So broadcasters started to use different types of AI tools, sometimes with guidance, sometimes with not much of a guidance for all these things that we said. Opportunity indeed. That's why some of the things are also coming in a more efficient manner. But parallel to that, we are seeing that some of the risk we are looking at, some of the misinformation, disinformation, unstructured things or structured in an alien manner sometimes. We are looking into those kind of things. But those are the things require standards, and that standard would lead towards more responsibility and how you apply those into our media action. So this particular session, we have actually world leaders. They're really good professionals and awarded, several leaders in their respective domains as our distinguished panelists. We have 5 distinguished panelists. First, 3 distinguished panelists should be remotely connected. First is Mr. Chitranshu Tiwari, then Ms. Sanuta Raghu, after that from Australia, Saska Koloff, and then we have 2 of our, Then we have 2 of our on-stage distinguished panelists, Mr. Ugen Penjor and Dr. Haida Baba. Let me give a little bit of brief about the profile of them before we invite their session and invite the present panelist on the panel here. Mr. Chitransu Tiwari is a product director at Norstella, leading product for his media intelligence business covering pharma journalism, brands such as Script, Pink Sheet, Chemist, Druggist. Previously, he led products subscription growth at, News Laundry, where he built a scale digital subscription products and grew a platform of almost 60K paid user. He brings expertise in AI-driven product development. His work focuses on reader revenue, AI in journalism, and digital media innovation, and has been recognized with multiple international awards and fellowships, including from United Nations Global Alliance for ICT and Development 1 IFRA. He will be connecting remotely. Right after that, we'll have with us remotely connected Ms. Sanuta Raghu. She is an award-winning Indian journalist and product leader at Scroll India, where she leads AI and digital innovation. She builds tools that translate journalism into structured, machine-readable formats while maintaining editorial integrity. She is a 2025 Reuters Institution Journalism Fellow, 2024-25 ICF J. Knight Fellow, and has also led Scroll in digital video newsroom and product climate-focused documentary content, including Eco India with Deutsche Welle. From Australia, we'll have our colleague Saska Koloff joining after that. She's the managing editor, standards and compliance at ABC Screen Australia, where she works at the intersection of journalism, ethics, editorial standards, product trust, and AI. A multi-award winning journalist and editorial leader, she advises on high-stake editorial matters and helps guide the ABC's responsible use of AI. In 2025, she was Reuters Institute Fellow as well at the University of Oxford, where she wrote a paper on rebuilding trust journalism in the age of AI. And yesterday we talked a lot about trust. We look forward to hear from her. In-house, we have Mr. Ugen Penjor. As a veteran Bhutanese journalist with over 20 years of experience at Kunsil Corporation Limited, where he is the CEO of the corporation. And he has held multiple editorial leadership roles, including managing editor and senior reporter, and is recognized for his contributions to journalism and media development in Bhutan. He holds master's degree in communication management from Mardot University and is a fellow of World Press Institute. Finally, very important participant, Dr. Haida Baba, is a senior broadcasting executive, Radio Television Malaysia, RTM, currently serving as chief editorial and deputy director of the TV news section at Wisma Barita, Kuala Lumpur. With extensive experience of broadcast journalism and media management, she previously led RTM's English language radio station, Trucks FM, and as a station manager. Dr. Haida is a respected industry leader who regularly represents RTM in the international broadcasting forums, including ABU's various forums, and has worked as an executive producer in various TV production. So we'd like to really welcome everyone with a round of applause. And in-house panelists, I would like to request Mr. Ugen and Dr. Baba to join me in the panel here. And our remote panelist, thank you so much. We'd like to give a remote welcome to them through a round of applause and probably some virtual emojis as well to them. Great. So in next few minutes' time, we'll hear from them in two trench. The first from Mr. Chitransu. Are they all online? Welcome, everyone. remotely and in-house? Can you all hear us? Wonderful. If you raise hand, then it will be okay. Super, thumbs up. Wonderful. All of us are here. So let's start this session with Chitranshu Tiwari with his first quick intervention through a presentation. So Chitranshu, are you ready to make a few slides and bring us on board on the thoughts that you wanted to share?
Yeah, thanks, Atik. A very good morning to all of you. I don't have slides. I know how much journalists hate slides, so I always avoid making up slides whenever we are speaking to media professionals. I have a couple of points I want to speak to, so I'll start off with that. I think I wanted to quickly lay some context as well. I think whenever there is a big technological change, media gets upended and impacted by that change a lot, right? And that also dictates how media is consumed and distributed. We've seen whatever is the main or primary media consumption or distribution, right? Whether it was radio, whether it was satellite television. In the early 2000s, it was SEO and Google and search that impacted, right? I think we are at a similar cusp again where internet again is largely divided into two tracks of internet, right? So either you're distributing and consuming content for a human usage, or you're distributing and consuming content for AI bots. First one is fairly obvious, but when we talk about the second track of internet, right, which is usage by AI bot or answer engine optimization, I don't mean just in terms of this is something that is up for the consumption of, say, chatbots and AI agents. I also mean that this is how increasingly humans are also consuming, right? We've already seen examples of how increasingly we are not going to Google search. So for example, I don't know how much AI people in the room are using, but if I want news on a specific domain, on a specific expertise, I am more than happy to set up an agentic flow on Perplexity or likes of Chat GPT, right? And that also brings us as an opportunity, right? Because increasingly what's happening is in the early 2000s we saw that publications or publishers were incentivized to do content on anything and everything, right? Because more the number of page views you have, more clicks and more ad revenue. I think from there on we are changing, or we are transforming to news publications and publishers increasingly finding a user persona and a need that they want to solve for. So if you are a publication, maybe you've figured out, say, 3 or 5 beats that you want to focus on, and then build a niche around that. And I think that in itself is like an opportunity. So most, like, I work in India, right? And I don't know how much of the Indian television and media you all have followed, but what we've seen in the last 2 decades is how large a large part of mainstream media has either been subverted because of corporate advertisement or because of government ad pressure. And what that has led to is that you'd always see a certain kind of narrative, a certain kind of content, right, which is obviously more palatable to the government, and it's obviously not linked to what people want to see or what the real issues are. I think AI in that way, it presents to us as an opportunity. I know we have a lot of AI slop that's available on social media, etc. But I feel like as the barrier to use AI in our editorial workflows or to produce content gets lower and lower every day. So, for example, I think where we were 2.5 years back, or even 1 year back, as to how we were integrating AI and where we are today is very different, right? So, for example, journalism by default is a very resource intensive job, right? So for example, I've always worked with editors who've always been asked to do, say, 20 other things besides publishing and editing stories as well. And I think that's where AI is being leveraged a lot more, right? So all your core editing accessibility functions that earlier you had to hire people for or had to burden editorial people and reporters for, that's where we are increasingly seeing AI being leveraged a lot more. So for example, over the last few months, I've worked a lot on how can we make news and public interest journalism accessible to people with disabilities, right? I think that's a core user persona or an audience that we don't even think about when we are distributing or designing news products, that's one thing where AI has great usage, right? So, for example, earlier you would need to hire experts, accessibility experts, do a lot of changes on the front end and back end of the website to make your website accessible. But now with AI, what you can do is, and again, I'm speaking more to like India's example. India has more than 30 million people with disabilities. Now, what AI has enabled us to do is to make sure that all the content that we produce or distribute from a digital media standpoint, right, leveraging and using AI, we can use it to distribute content, right? And in terms of in terms of opportunity, I think the other key thing to mind is that with AI and with AI slop and with the kind of content that we see right now, it places human judgment and editorial judgment, right, even at the center of it, right? Because like I said, free news and general news is available everywhere, right? I don't even have to go to say like a mainstream broadcaster's website for that. I can just get it from ChatGPT or Perplexity. And that's why publications and publishers who are doing more quality journalism, who are more doing in-depth journalism. So for example, one of the key data point that I have been looking at is that even though the total number of page views across publications has gone down because of AI, right? Because of how the Google algorithm and how the search algorithm has worked. What has worked well with a lot of publications, specifically publications who do a lot of deep dive journalism, is the average engagement time and the average session time has increased, right? So while net we may have less number of users on a certain page, because like I said, a lot of users are accessing journalism and content through answer engine optimization. The amount of time a user is spending on, say, on a story page or on a publication has increased by 2x and 3x, and that's a data that we can increasingly see in publications as well. And like I said, what AI helps us to do is, in general, it helps us lessen the burden that editors and reporters are facing, right? And again, I think this is more true for smaller public interest independent newsrooms, right? And India has a very healthy ecosystem. Both Sanuta and I I used to work, and Sanuta still works with a digital newsroom that is specifically catering to people who pay for journalism and want a certain kind of journalism in the country. And I think that's where it has been really helpful for organizations that have always been restricted because the kind of tech and talent bandwidth that we had, because of the resources bandwidth that we had. Now that talent has been unlocked, right? Because we don't have to hire, say, like a marketing team or an ad firm to do certain kind of marketing or certain kind of copywriting, or like hire certain kind of tech talent to have certain product experience. That's where AI has been really helpful. So I'll end my note here. Atik, if you have, I don't know if you're taking questions right now, or first we are doing all the addresses and then taking the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chitranshu, for bringing us your perspective on leveraging AI. So we'd like to hear those aspects as well, gradually. He has covered quite a number of aspects here, but from human integration to media production, and as well as the narratives, how it has linked up with less number of words or shorter narratives because of the beautiful languages, models and others are emerged quite a bit. So now we would like to hear, Chitranshu, we'll come back to you again after hearing Sanuta's perspective. Sanuta?
Good morning, everyone, and hello, Atik.
Sure.
I'm going to share a presentation and basically going to take forward what Chitranshu has laid out for us as an introduction with some very specific examples, and then go on to say what can we do about it as journalists and as news organizations.
Thank you, Sanuta. And you have 6 minutes time. You can have this interaction and then later have more interaction through the participants. Thank you.
For sure. I'm going to start by the point of this session is to say how to make editorial logic explicit at source. right? The assumption I'm having here before we get into this topic is that news is a high integrity, verified data that is used to make social, political, and economic decisions. So the data that we produce on a daily basis is very high value, is very high integrity, right? And if you really break it down, what it is verified information that is grounded in people, places, and events. So we're producing a data set every day that the information ecosystem is using to use as real world grounding data that can pinpoint who is the person, what happened, what was reported, what are the places that were involved, and what were the events that were involved. So again, coming back to the fact that we're producing very, very high quality data on a minute by minute basis, right? And this is very high value for the larger information ecosystem. Now, within this context, if you go and exactly what Chitranshu, some of the things that Chitranshu was speaking about, I'll give you a very specific example. So this is one of the phones in the market recently, which is allowing you to create disposable, hyper-personal, on-the-fly apps. So if you see the example on your screen right now, it says create an app that suggests the best times to train based on my calendar, the weather, the training plan. I have 4 days a week with one long run. And then this app is created for your home screen on your phone on the fly. It's disposable, it's hyper personalized to your context, and it's on the fly. Right, so there's nothing stopping users. Now, this is again a beta technology right now, but there's nothing stopping users, say in 2 years' time, from creating news-related hyper-personal apps, right? So you can say things like, I have type 1 diabetes, monitor news about insulin pricing, healthcare policy changes, clinical trials, diabetes treatment, and alert me when there's a development that could affect my treatment. So a user is able to architect individualized context and individualized contextual information layers for themselves. And this is where we're heading towards, right? There are free technologies available today. This is a new agentic system, which comes with news-related presets, right? So you don't have to even touch the news destination, the news website, the news app, the news aggregator, but on your messaging app, on your email, you're able to receive a morning digest, you're able to receive deep sectoral analysis that is built on the work that we produce every day, right? These presets are already available. They run on schedule, on demand, or continuously as one wants it to be. Right. So what we're heading towards essentially is something I'm calling a default choice economy. So again, like Chitranshu earlier mentioned, we have gone from an era of information abundance, the 10 blue clicks that Google served for us, and we're moving towards decision clarity. So we're moving towards one default answer that a user is able to get, reduce cognitive load, and able to get this one synthesized answer, which is the default choice, right? And we're moving towards that. We've already moved towards that. We're being conditioned towards using one answer as the ground truth that we are given within the information ecosystem. This basically means that journalistic judgment needs to be encoded upstream at the source. What we do right now is the signals of trust, the signals of accountability, the signals of judgment and logic are encoded in the product. So in the article, in the podcast, in the final product that we produce. But what we're trying here and what I'm suggesting is to do this way upstream at the source, at the place that's created, so that when it gets disintegrated, it moves towards sort of a lot more, carries accountability, carries the trust signals that it was originally intended to be, right? So what we're suggesting and what we're working towards is creating a system of record for this to happen. And again, we've spoken about news as data. So how do you segregate it? How do you really break it down into the smallest unit possible? So we're saying that news is essentially events and the journalistic wrapper around it. So event is a real world happening that exists independently of how a piece of journalism reported it. And the atom or the news atom is a sentence level record of how the specific event was recorded. So this captures your trust signals, this captures your accountability signals, it captures everything that is intuitive to a journalist and that was encoded at the product level way downstream, right? I've written a big paper on this, and it's accessible at newsatom.xyz. And essentially, what it says is how do we make journalistic intuitiveness more explicit, right? You can find it at newsatom.xyz, and it really lays out what journalism can look like under the hood when these agents, when these agentic systems come and access your information. How do you make it more deterministic so that they don't misinterpret what you have said, so that they don't be reductive about the work that you have produced? Again, this is what under the hood looks like. So there is an event that every article contains. And there are multiple events within an article. It can be a broadcast piece, it can be an audio piece, it can be a graphic piece. The point is to extract the knowledge that these media carry and then convert it into a machine readable form so that they're not misinterpreted. So there's the event on the top and the atom at the bottom. What we're essentially doing here is saying that news is event triggered data. So events capture, and this is very well studied and very well researched in news discourse theory, where you say events are actors, actions, objects, location, and date. And you're able to do this with LLM-based extraction very easily now. You're also able to very specifically infer publication date, again, to make it deterministic. So when there's a random word like this happened on Thursday, you're able to infer from the publication date and be deterministic about when exactly the event happened. That's one of the things that this system captures. You're also able to segregate between what is sense making and what is an actual observed fact that a journalist witnessed. So it's a difference between what the journalist witnessed and what the journalist is explaining or making sense of. So what all of this essentially means is that earlier, or up until now, we've had content-based markers, so content taxonomies that looked at metadata at a very content level. The news atom
Sanota,
tries
this is Atik. A
bring
little
it.
bit intervention.
Sure.
Some of the wonderful thing that you were sharing, really wonderful, but a little bit advanced for many of our participants. So what I would suggest that we try to hear from the participants a little bit about this, and then rest of the part you can deliver again, if you have a few
Sure.
other agents. Is that okay?
This is my
Voice is
I'm
breaking.
happy to.
Apologies.
Sorry, I said this is my last slide. I'm happy to move on.
Okay, sure. You can continue and then we can come back. Thank you.
Sure. I was just saying that the ecosystem we are used to currently is content-based taxonomies. What this system allows you to do is meaning-based markers and integrity-based markers. And what we need next as an ecosystem, as an industry, is decision orchestration rules. So when two agents make a decision on what to use with regard to your context, what are those rules? What are those rules of negotiation do we need to make that happen? And I have a QR code on the screen for you. You can try this system out for free, and you can see what it looks like on your data. And I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Give a round of applause for these first two presenters. Let me try to contextualize a bit, because here, most of us are users of AI. But last two presentations, we have heard the product developers and their approach of integrating AI tools and agents into the production and basically to the consumers, which we are the consumer, in this case, the media, and how we can integrate. So these are the emerging tools, actually, some of the things that are discussed both for leveraging for media as well as the agentic systems or tools that mentioned by Sanuta. Wonderful thing. But let us touch a little bit and sense the pulse a bit from our participants in the forum. How you are kind of perceiving the integration or leveraging with media. Anyone would like to just volunteer quickly? What is your perspective? Feel free, tell anything. This is the good thing. You can ask any question to AI. You can ask a similar question to them and see that how, they'd respond. Or I can ask a question as well. Let me start with a dumb question. Is AI smarter than human being? Chitranshu and Sanuta?
So let me answer it in two ways. I think it's as smart as a human, but from a journalistic standpoint, is it as smart as an experienced journalist in a newsroom to make editorial judgment? I think the answer for that would be no.
Okay, as smart as. Sanuta, what is your perspective? Human beings are more smarter than AI?
I think humans are way too complex, and I don't think we can look at human beings as one-dimensional, two-dimensional, three-dimensional. I don't think we are able to so humans come with a lot of variables, right? And that's what, when you start testing with AI, the first thing you notice is that the way I react to something, suppose, the electricity goes off now, you're not able to predict how I will react to what happens, right? AI depends on that predictability. AI depends on the probabilistic nature. And there are too many variables that humans make their decisions on the basis of, which is difficult to replicate, right? So we may say that on certain benchmarks, AI is, as smart as Einstein, or, can pass the hardest legal test or the hardest medical test in the world. But that would be very reductionist. It would be very reductive to look at AI, the capabilities of AI and the capabilities of human in such a reductive manner.
Good. So different dimensions of human being comes into. CEO, please.
Hello, good morning. Can AI replace human? Or in other words, does the AI have plan to get to a stage where they wish to replace human completely?
So can
to some
AI
extent?
replace human being? The BBS CEO is asking that question. It's an important question to answer as well. Thank you. And anybody from the floor as well. We'll come to Sashka as well very soon. Do you have an intervention on this particular question?
Will it replace it? It depends in what context. Potentially, yes, it could replace many jobs, I think, in our field and in our business. I think that is a concern, a very strong concern here in Australia. And also in the United States, where I've just been. We've seen, even with some tech companies, Meta laying off 8,000 of its own staff. So will AI take some jobs? Yes, I think that things are rapidly moving. So in some ways, potentially.
Sure. Mr. Ugan. Yes, it's working.
Hello? Yeah, this is not my original answer, but I heard someone say this, that to answer CEO's question, AI will not replace all the jobs, but I think people with AI skills will replace those who are not adopting to AI. So this is what I heard, and I thought this is very relevant.
This is encouraging that we will not lose our job. Instead, we will, please. Thank you.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, we'll come to you. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, just to add a little bit. Well, I think nobody can deny the benefit of AI in the newsroom. So it has helped in speeding up process of translating, transcribing, but trust and accuracy will always be the foundation of journalism and broadcasting. Some newsroom might use a very basic apps, AI apps, or some newsroom might use a very advanced one, but the end story or the end things that appear on the TV have to be accurate and trustworthy. So I think that is the basic.
This trust factor is very important. Let's hear from BBC Media. Please.
Thank you. Does it work
Thank
now?
you, Ms.
Yeah.
Shobana.
Thank you. My name is Shobana. Yeah, my name is Shobana. I work with BBC Media Action, but I'm going into this. I'm a bit of a dinosaur, so I've been thinking about the use of AI for newsrooms quite a bit as well. I mean, at the BBC, we've seen that AI actually cuts, news production costs by about 30% per se. But I've also seen that AI is very much useful for Latin-based languages, not, for broadcasters. We're sitting out here using very different languages. So my question is, what is the unique value to news, people who work in news, like the broadcast journalists out here, who are doing news but using local languages, not Latin-based languages?
This is a very particular question for our region because we live through linguistic diversity and significant linguistic diversity comparing to any other part of the world. So any response from the presenters on this?
Yeah, I think so. I have a slightly different point of view on this. I think we can AI leverage to a great deal when it comes to translating content and just converting from one language to another. And I think we've seen this in early 2000s as well, right? When like an organization would just hire journalists to do journalism in one language and then use automation and AI to just convert it into 10 different languages. I think sadly, that's not how journalism works, right? Because the sensibilities or the values or the issues that are relevant for a certain language speaking or a certain region it's going to be very different, right? So imagine like how you report a news from someone who's staying in US to say someone who's staying in global South is very different, right? So you can't possibly say have a piece of story that's written by an American journalist and then convert it across all languages in global South. I think journalism by default has to take in the local sensibilities. So while from an accessibility standpoint, we can leverage AI, but I don't think it can be a replacement of just hiring fewer journalists, having them report in English and then just translating and converting it into languages across the world.
We see diverse perspective into it as well. We'll grow towards that. But this first chunk of the discussion was more focused on automation and judgment. Nargiza, please.
Hi. Hi, everyone. It's working, yeah? Okay. I have one question. I'm not sure. I was just watching a lot of videos on AI on the social media while preparing for the AI forum. And I saw one message by Sam Altman, OpenAI CEO. I'm not sure whether he really said that, though I still need to verify it. But what he was saying, I see a future where intelligence is a utility, just like electricity or water, and people buy it from us. So what do you think about that?
Any reflection on that? Dr. Habiba?
Well, I think we should only allow people with certain experience and knowledge and expertise to go and sort information on AI. Because the more you use it, the less you think. And then I come to a point, mistakes just, you just can't detect mistakes anymore. You just take it as correct or accurate. Because now training is important so that our editors or journalists, we cannot stop them from using AI. We all use AI. But what AI gives you, you must be able to know whether it's correct or accurate or not. But if you use it without knowledge and experience, you will take it as right, as correct. So then at one point you just rely on it 100%. You just don't use your brain anymore.
I think this is very important that we bring these issues of judgment and the automation and the balance of it is very important. We had actually on the language thing heard something really good from NHK yesterday, that you had 11 languages covered through AI responses. So those kind of things are happening and in practice already. Now we have to make it better and more judgment free in that case, so that it gets more contextualized. In terms of making errors, we all do. At the same time, AIs do as well. The language model do quite a lot of, mistakes. I use AI quite a lot as a coding support. I do R, and then I use a lot of coding and take judgment from that. And I have seen so many mistakes, and not a single platform, many other platforms. But AI has started to provide, quite a lot of improvements, as well as, very repetitive, improvement as well. So which is encouraging to look at. With this, we'd move ahead with more the other issues of this particular session, more on trust, transparency, and audience perception. And we'd like to hear from our colleague Saska Koloff from ABC Screen Australia. Saska, you have 6 to 7 minutes, and then we'll get back again for this kind of conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen. So thank you so much for having me today. It's great to be here and see you all. I'm coming from a very specific perspective. I'm a standards editor, which means that I uphold journalistic ethics and standards at the national public broadcaster, the ABC. And I'm very interested in the question of trust and, our journalism's role in an AI-driven world. Last year, as mentioned, I was with Sanuta at Oxford, the University of Oxford, at the Reuters Institute, where I wrote a paper on this subject, just to try and understand what the challenges are. And my project had two main focuses. One was the decline in trust in news media and what the forces driving it. And secondly, the challenges and opportunities that generative AI creates when it enters an already fragile trust environment. So what we're focused on at the ABC is, as well, of course, what can newsrooms do with AI, but also how our audiences respond to that, and whether they believe we're still acting in their interests. Just to give you a sense of what is being described as a trust crisis, the digital news report from the Reuters Institute for this year was just released overnight, and now only 37% of people globally trust most news most of the time. So trust in news is at a 10-year low. This is the lowest trust score in the entire time that the Reuters Institute has been measuring trust. So this isn't, though, just a media problem. It points to a wider fragility in public institutions, trust in public institutions. This is because of, obviously, the social, political, and technological forces that we're dealing with. So for journalism, I think the challenge is clear. So audiences aren't just asking whether a story is accurate. Increasingly, they're asking whether institutions, people like us working at the ABC, deserve their trust. So we're under a lot of pressure, actually, also at the ABC. So when I looked at why trust in journalism is declining, there are various considerations here. But journalism's trust deficit can't be separated from broader societal shifts. So this is the erosion of institutional authority, so distrust in government, strategic manipulation of information, so mis and disinformation, and the fragmentation of public discourse. So I think audiences are having a very difficult time navigating information overload. There's polarization, and then obviously a lot of political attacks on the media. We've all now heard the terms fake news and the language calling journalists enemies of the people. This has further weakened public confidence in our business and journalism more broadly. Now, I think AI-generated content that is AI slop, as has already been mentioned, also creates another layer of uncertainty more broadly in the public. One thing I noted during my research was whether we need to reframe this challenge on trust, to think not just asking audiences just to blatantly trust us, is to reframe that challenge. So show, why we deserve their trust through trustworthiness. So this takes it from, asking all audiences, all people just to trust us because we're the public broadcaster of the ABC, to demonstrate why their trust in us is why we're trustworthy and why people should trust us. And we're doing that in ways by being more sort of open with our journalistic process to try and demonstrate that our work is trustworthy. But we've moved away from just blatant trust because, as I mentioned, there are many societal conditions that make that impossible. Polarization, politicization, very, very difficult environment that we're working in. So now AI is now entering what is already a fragile trust environment. So we're finding that audiences are asking, what is real? Who made it? Why should I believe it? So the way the ABC is looking at this is that, it's not that AI created the trust problem. It just raises the stakes now for editorial choice. So as a standards editor, we're very focused on accuracy, impartiality, objectivity, demonstrating how we do our work. It's pretty tricky environment as more of our journalists use AI. We're finding misuse of AI, so errors emerging in some news reporting. I think people are getting a little bit lazy, so they're outsourcing some of their writing to AI at the ABC. We ask that they do not do that, that there is a clear distinction between what the role of the journalist is and how AI can support journalism. And we are, at the moment, I am writing some very clear kind of policies and guardrails to help our people understand where are our red lines, and the AI literacy can be quite low in some parts of the newsroom. So we're trying to boost AI literacy and also be very clear on what to use AI for, where it can elevate your journalism, but where it should really be the human effort. So the big risk, I think, for our business more broadly is disintermediation, which we've already sort of hinted at today. So this is when audiences move away from coming to the ABC for news and information. They go to the chatbot, ChatGPT, put in a question, get an answer. So, this is the big risk, I think, for our business model. And it also shifts control of information flow away from us, news organisations, towards these platforms that can summarise, remix, personalise our journalism, our data, our intellectual property. So for us, the strategic question is not just how to use AI, because certainly the ABC is rolling out AI to automate some roles, but we're asking really what makes our journalism distinct. So the way we're thinking about that is that AI cannot be on the ground during a war. AI cannot talk to and cultivate sources. AI can't knock on doors. It can't take responsibility. It doesn't bear witness, or it doesn't break stories. So journalism does that. So what we're really thinking about at the moment is what roles can we outsource to AI, but then what makes our work really distinct? And distinctiveness is becoming one of the ABC's core strategic pillars to really sort of measure and understand what makes our work distinct Why will audiences come to us rather than go to ChatGPT for information? So that's where we're leaning more firmly towards at the moment, whilst having very clear guardrails and policies to maintain trust at a time where we see trust is in a rapid decline. Thank you.
Thank you, Saska. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Saska. It's a wonderful presentation, and you talked about some of the really critical things. And the time where AI started entering, it's already a fragile environment, the trust environment that you said, and also the issue of outsourcing. It's a critical issue, and many of us, due to time and other things, we often do that quite a lot. But how we can bring those things more in a trust domain or niche of it is very important. We'll get back to these points again, and we'll have a discussion with the participants and overall floor as well. But now, I'm pleased to really invite Dr. Haida Baba for providing a presentation on balancing automation with human editorial judgment. So it's a mixture of first topic and the just that we discussed. Wonderful. You have 6 to 7 minutes time. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Atik, for the introduction. So good morning, everyone. Before I start, I wish to say thank you to ABU for inviting me here and the opportunity to be in this conference and also to visit this beautiful country, Bhutan. So my name is Haida. I currently look after RTM television news section since 2023. Returning to the newsroom after 13 years absence have been both exciting and eye-opening. So the fundamental of journalism remain the same: accuracy, fairness, credibility, and public service. But the tools and pace of news production have transformed dramatically. Digital platform, mobile journalism, cloud-based workflows, social media, data analytics, and artificial intelligence have reshaped how news are gathered and produced, distributed, and consumed. So before I go any further on the topic, I would like to give you a bit of background about on RTM. So Radio Television Malaysia is the Malaysia national public broadcaster and one of the country's most established media and institution. Since its inception, RTM has played a vital role in informing, educating, and entertaining Malaysians while serving as trusted platform for national communication and public service broadcasting. So today, RTM operates across multiple television, radio, and digital platforms, reaching diverse audiences throughout the nation. As the media landscape continues to evolve, RTM is embracing digital transformation and emerging technologies, including AI, while remaining committed to the core principle of accuracy, credibility, inclusivity, and public trust. It is within this context I would like to share RTM experience and approach in navigating the opportunities and challenges of AI in broadcasting and journalism. Can I have the second slide? Yeah, the second one. Yeah, okay. So it's very wordy, I'm sorry, but thank you. So I'll go first to the AI revolution in broadcasting and why AI matters. So I think this is not alien to most of us. So today, newsroom operates in a 24/7 information environment where audiences expect updates in real time across multiple platforms. Stories no longer end with a television bulletin. They continue to evolve online through websites, social media, streaming services, and audience engagement. As a journalist who has experienced both eras, I see AI as the next stage industry evolution. Just as we adapted from analog tapes to digital platform, we must now learn how to harness AI capabilities while safeguarding the editorial judgment. While technology have changed the way we work, the responsibility to deliver trusted, accurate, and meaningful journalism remain as important as ever. We cannot deny that AI technologies are reshaping the way media organization operates. However, while automation offers a significant benefit, it also raises important concern regarding accuracy, accountability, transparency, bias, and editorial independence. So from RTM perspective, we see AI as an enabler and not a replacement. So as a Malaysia national public broadcaster, Radio Television Malaysia recognizes the potential of AI to strengthen newsroom operations while maintaining the fundamental principles of journalism. RTM approaches AI adoption by balancing technological innovation with human editorial judgment. It argues that AI should serve as an enabling tool that enhance journalistic capabilities rather than replacing human decision-making. As public service broadcaster, RTM's responsibility extends beyond efficiency and audience reach. It includes safeguarding accuracy, fairness, inclusivity, and national interest. So RTM view AI as a support mechanism throughout editorial workflow rather than a substitute for journalists. So this slide illustrates how artificial intelligence can be integrated across the editorial workflow in broadcasting, from news planning to content distribution. AI applications such as speech-to-text conversion, machine translation, automatic summarization, and draft generation can significantly reduce production time. For RTM, these tools are particularly valuable in supporting multilingual content production and improving workflow efficiency. However, while AI offers significant opportunities to improve efficiency and productivity, editorial judgment remain essential to ensure accuracy, credibility, and public trust. So at RTM, news is broadcast in 4 main languages. That is Bahasa Malaysia, the national language, English, Mandarin, and Tamil. In most cases, the master copy of the news story is prepared in Bahasa Malaysia, so requiring the other languages newsroom to translate, transcribe, and adapt the content for their respective bulletin every day. This is where artificial intelligence has significantly improved newsroom efficiency in RTM. AI-powered translation tools can rapidly convert news script from Bahasa Malaysia into multiple languages, providing journalists with reliable first draft within seconds. However, RTM does not rely solely on automation. Every AI-generated translation or transcription is reviewed and verified by editors and journalists to ensure accuracy, context, cultural sensitivity, and editorial consistency. This is particularly important in journalism, where a direct translation may not always convey the intended meaning, tone, or complexity of the story. Yes, RTM also introduced an AI news anchor, which we name him Aaron Lim. He does have a name. We use it for Mandarin news segment. So the introduction of the AI host for Mandarin news was primarily to overcome shortage of experienced Mandarin-speaking broadcast editors. So by utilizing AI capabilities, RTM is able to optimize address human resource constraint, and expand its reach to audiences, even outside to neighboring countries like Singapore or Hong Kong. However, human editorial judgment remains at the center of the news production process. Even though AI have become more clever now that you can do an instant translation from Bahasa to Mandarin in seconds, but as we try it, it's not as straightforward because mainly Mandarin that AI provide for you is the one that used in the mainland China, which doesn't really fit into Malaysian Mandarin speaking Chinese. So we still need a gatekeeper and editor to go through this translation by AI. So, okay. So at RTM, we adopt a human-in-the-loop governance approach in its newsroom, ensuring that while AI and automation enhance efficiency and support editorial processes, final editorial decisions remain under human oversight. So RTM AI governance framework is AI supports human reviews, human approve, and public receive trusted content. In the Malaysian context, where broadcasters serve diverse linguistic, cultural, and social communities, maintaining a human-in-the-loop model is essential. The future of broadcasting is therefore not a choice between automation and human judgment, but more of a partnership where AI enhances newsroom capabilities while editorial professional remains accountable for the final content delivered to the public. Okay. Did I go back? Oh. Okay. So RTM maintain transparency in an AI-driven newsroom through an open glass box approach to ensure that audience understand how, why, and when AI tools are used throughout the news production process. For RTM, transparency is not only a matter of ethics, but also key factor in maintaining public trust and credibility. So a critical, did I get the thing correct? Okay. So a critical aspect of transparency is ensuring that audiences can clearly distinguish between AI-assisted and human-generated content. For examples, we may include labeling articles that have been AI-assisted or AI summarized, providing visual indicators on screen or graphic during AI-generated segments, informing audiences when AI-generated visualization, translation, or automatic narration are used. So such demarcation enables audiences to make informed judgment about the content they are consuming and prevent confusion regarding the role of AI in the news production. These measures ensure that AI remains a tool that supports journalism rather than obscures it. Okay. So this is the example of putting a label on AI usage to show that this whole segment are produced by AI. Because we are shortage of Mandarin editors, we created an AI segment in the half an hour Mandarin news, 10 minutes fully AI news being anchored by AI anchor. So that product can be, the news that goes into the AI segment can be processed much earlier than the news, because the news broadcast at 7 p.m. So then the editor will have time to, we need less people to do the AI segment, but the script still comes from the master copy of Malay copy. It's just a matter of translation, and then the one editors will do the fact checking and then translate it into AI segment. So, but the point is, we do not prompt the AI for the news item. We use the tools to just generate it into Mandarin audio and also Mandarin anchor. Okay. As my conclusion, the future of broadcasting is not AI versus journalists, but AI empowering journalists to deliver trusted public service content. So the future of the RTM future newsroom model is a balanced partnership between technology and editorial expertise. So that's all I have for now. So maybe I'll more question later.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Haida, for bringing the wonderful perspective from RTM. And these provide quite concrete example how media is actually integrating these things in a gradual manner, but with a balanced manner, which is very important, and putting human being on top of it, not, as a user just. Okay, now we'd like to hear from Mr. Ugen Pejor from Quinsel, but basically on Bhutanese perspective and how these opportunities can be explored and what is his perspective towards that. Mr. Ugen, thank you. Sure. As you wish.
First, some football news. You know, the World Cup is going on, and yesterday I watch a lot of football, and I bet France to win 2-1. And my friend used ChatGPT to predict the match, and ChatGPT gave him 4-1. So I won the match bet. Yeah. Just share so that to make some light remarks so that you're not bored, because I have my slides is 200 slides. Bad news, I have 200 slides. Good news is after listening to them, I reduced it down to 5 slides. And also because the AI I know and AI they are talking is totally different. In the year 2001, when I joined Kunsel, I was sent to Trashigam, it's a remote district in Bhutan. And my livestock, the livestock officer called me to come and come for coverage to cover the AI program at Radi. It's a small village, and that AI was artificial insemination, not artificial intelligence as we talk about. So good morning. It's my pleasure and honor to be among so many experts and scientists, we call it scientists, media experts. And also I would like to thank my friend, Mr. Doji Tashi, CEO of BBS, for inviting me here and including me as an expert here. I'm not an expert, but I would also want to thank the union, the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, right? ABU, we call it ABU. So I don't know if BBS colleagues told you, ABU in Bhutan means upper thigh, the buttocks. So I was thinking yesterday's bums in the buttocks. So yesterday's discussion, I think, was not as interesting as we talk about bums and buttocks. So, but, and I also think this is the first summit, the Union Summit that was brought to Bhutan. So congratulations to BBS management, CEO, and the rest of the BBS employees. I could not attend the session yesterday, but I watched it live on YouTube because it was available, maybe AI. And I was one of the 9 sincere followers watching what's happening here yesterday. And I could see that the topic was also very, the topic you all chose was very relevant. I could hear the director talk about melting glaciers, erratic climatic conditions, rainfall patterns, changing rainfall patterns, Himalayan tsunami. These are all relevant topics, and to discuss about this in Bhutan makes it more relevant. You are in Paro, you are not seeing anything. You see the green, the beautiful architecture, but if you go up to the mountains, you will see what climate change is doing to Bhutan and its glaciers, which I think that I talked about in detail yesterday. But today we are talking about AI in media. So after listening to Ms. Raghu and the others, I will not talk about how AI is changing the media landscape or how AI is changing the way we do things, but I'll talk about my paper's experience. I'm a newspaper man, and I'm here to talk about AI in broadcast. I made, last night when I was coming to Paro, I made some notes and I sent to my colleague because I was driving and told him to make a presentation for me. And before I stopped for a break, in 10 minutes, my colleague had made the presentation. Is it there? Can you show it? Yeah, this is the one. So he made it this, I think, in 5 minutes. He's here. Pemte, how much did you take to make this presentation? 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, AI saved me maybe 1 hour time to do this if I had to sit down on a laptop and do this. So We can ask ChatGPT about how AI is reshaping the media landscape. Therefore, I will not, ChatGPT is a better presenter and a resource person than me. So, when I was a reporter in the early 2000s, I used to cover the National Assembly proceedings. Very tedious. We have to record the whole day's proceedings, bring it back to the office, and in the evening, we'll start transcribing it. You use the old Walkmans. Most of the participants here would have not seen a Walkman, but we are from that generation. So we used to rewind the Walkman, listen, transcribe. Sorry. And I wish we had a machine that could do that transcription, summarize, analyze, and give us a synopsis of the proceedings. Now it is possible, and thanks to AI, this is possible now. And like my friend said, how they are using it to transcribe news, translate news, and even using a AI person to read news. I think my friends will agree with me, Vives and Kunsel, and even the other media in Bhutan, that we could not enhance, we do not use much of AI in Bhutan. I think when we talk about AI, we are only using these generative tools like ChatGPT, DeepSeek, to help you write your story, and also maybe some may be using it to check your grammar, tenses, and also, but apart from that, I think not many of us are using AI, and this could also be because of resources. I think most of us are using the free version, which after some time you cannot use it. So, but having said that, at Kunsel, we started doing podcasts. We are a newspaper, but we have now a WhatsApp channel. We have a Telegram channel. We also go on TikTok, because a lot of Bhutanese who cannot read English, they get their news from TikTok. So we have a news presenter. So that's why I think it is also very relevant to a newspaper company. But at Kunsel, we say that AI is just a tool and not a journalist, like many of us agree here. And my favorite, when I tell my people, I tell them that AI is your slave. Do not get enslaved by AI. Use AI to make your job easier. Actually, it's true also. You can ask ChatGPT or DeepSeek to do a lot of things for you. So in the last few years, Kunsel also have increasingly embraced digital tools, multimedia productions, like I said, but the final editorial decision always rests with the editors. Because AI can identify trends and process information faster, but it cannot understand the context, and in our context, culture, ethics, or national sensitivities. At Kunsel, and I think in many papers, I think we are guided by that journalism is not merely about producing content that we can leave it to social media and the influencer. It is about making informed decisions on what is important, relevant, fair, and in the public interest. That's a big question. How much to trust AI? And I been consistently reading about AI systems that can hallucinate, fabricate sources, misinterpret context, and reproduce biases embedded in training data. In a small country like Bhutan, a single inaccurate report can have significant social and political consequences. The challenges for newsroom is not whether to use AI or not, but how to verify and how to use it intelligently. Editorial verification must remain non-negotiable. At the same time, I think AI, like our friend said, that also creates a lot of opportunities. AI can help address capacity constraints. Maybe soon some of our translators will lose their job because AI is heavily used in transcribing interviews, translating, generating story summaries, assisting with data analysis. So this actually allows journalists more time to spend on better stories, analysis, investigation. So actually, like I said in the beginning, if you can enslave AI, it gives you time to do better journalism. And while we are talking about losing trust in using AI in journalism, actually I see there's a big opportunity. When AI can do a lot of the tedious work for you, you can save that time and spend that time to do better stories. So that's why we say AI should free journalists to do more journalism and not less. On the trust and credibility, the question is, how can journalism still be trustworthy while using AI? The answer is in transparency, like in the previous speaker was talking about informing the people that this content or this is generated by AI. So I think that this is a good practice. If AI is used in content creation, news organizations should be transparent about how and where it is used. Transparency will become a competitive advantage because audience readers are increasingly questioning what is real and what is synthetic. News organizations that openly disclose their AI policies will even earn greater confidence and trust among the people, audience. Transparency should extend to AI-generated visuals, like what we saw, synthetic voices, automated translations, and AI-assisted content production, among others. The pertinent question today for us in Bhutan is not about whether we use AI, rather how responsibly do we use AI. Not long ago, because social media has actually replaced mainstream media in Bhutan in terms of entertainment. So we have a lot of content creators who do not verify their content. And then we had a case where a 22-year-old man was arrested because he was using deepfake. So he had actually tried to harass some young girls. And luckily he was arrested by the police. So these are the risks of deepfake, disinformation, misinformation. These are the ills that comes with AI, artificial intelligence. So like I said, my fifth slide has come up. And I would like to conclude by saying that newsroom must become not only content producer, but also fact checkers of increasingly sophisticated misinformation. In fact, the role of journalists has become heavier now. Before we used to write stories, now we have to correct, fact check, we have to debunk the misinformation and disinformation that is spreading rapidly through social media. So lastly, I would want to conclude by saying the role of journalists has become even more critical now more than ever. And I think we all agree to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hogan. It's a wonderful contextualization for Bhutan, but also simplifying things, even for betting. So we have heard our, 5 panelists, and we have seen diverse perspective, starting from automation to trust factor and transparency, and gradually towards, how you can bring that to public media. So those kind of things. Now, Nargiza, you wanted to? Yes, 5 minutes, thank you. So basically, this session was to bring all of us into the similar kind of platform, that there are different aspects of AI. The first part that we have heard, the first 2 presentations, quite a lot on automation, and also about the editorial judgments and the balance of it. The second part, we have heard quite a lot about trust, transparency, and audience perception. Finally, through the last 2 presentations, we have seen how public media is actually consuming, or started consuming and using, not just, as AI into the media, but also media into how you can apply AI and putting a balance of it. And that's very important that we bring that thing into our own, niche of work. And that is a ball game which is now shaping up. And in next few, I would say, weeks' time, months' time, we would move ahead towards our own contextualization of that. Before concluding this particular session, I'd like to just receive if there is any burning point from the floor about these three segments that we discussed, to question the panelists or your own perspective. Anyone would like to have that? Please, our UNDRR colleague. Can anyone give? Thank you.
Thanks very much. My question's for Haida. I wanted to ask you, do you have any evidence or statistics on how audiences receive the AI avatars? I'm very interested to know whether people are happy to consume news in that way and how it compares to traditional delivery, recognizing all the advantages and the background is done in exactly the same way. I'm just very interested to know whether audiences are happy to receive their news from an avatar as opposed to a human.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeanette. We do get positive feedback from especially netizen, because we don't really use the avatar segment to carry any heavy or political news. We make it a human interest and community stories that are close to Chinese community. So it's not heavy. So they love this because audience attention span have become shorter and shorter. So they kind of love the compact presentation that we do in that segment, where we comprise a lot of short stories that is close to the Chinese community in Malaysia. So it's mainly human interests and community stories. So it's nothing political or heavy stories. So this kind of stories normally is quite appeal to Chinese community. So we do get, I do not have the data with me, but we do get positive response from audience through feedbacks from, we do carry it on digital platform as well. So yeah, if that answers your question.
Good, thank you. Anybody else? Please, CEO.
I think we talked quite extensively about the importance of transparency, responsibility, and human judgment. I would like to take the discussion a little beyond this context, from media to academic pursuit. I have a daughter who is quite tech savvy, and she uses AI far better than me. And just to confirm, I also talked to some of my colleagues, and it looks like the situation is same all over. I think younger generations seem to use AI far more than us. So this looks like increasing number of students, younger generations, are quite active on AI, different platforms. So my question is, as AI becomes a common tool for learning and also for the academic research, increasing number of students seem to rely on it to do their assignment, research, thesis, articles. And as a parent, I do not want my daughter to do that. And the interesting thing is, while we, as a journalist, we would like to be as transparent as possible, as responsible as possible, and also we would like to ensure that there is a human judgment going into that. But for students, their goal is to score high marks as much as possible, and they do not bother about transparency. In cases such as that, I would like to know how AI manages this. How does AI manage these concerns? And where should the responsibility lie? With the technology, with the students, or educational institutions?
Yes, please.
How do we balance this?
Thank you. In the education sector, anybody would like to address that? Saska? You want to address this question?
Yes, hi. Yeah, it is a problem for my own children too, and something I think we're facing globally around the world. I believe that there is a institutional responsibility from the educational institutions to again, just like we as media are providing guardrails, and clarity. There also needs to be accountability. I think that's also something that we're struggling with, particularly in the journalist field, when maybe some of our reporters are using AI in ways that they're not. How do we deal with that? What is our accountability on that? Just as educational institutions need to be accountable as well. I don't think we're going to stem the tide. I think that it's only the beginning. So I think we are, we need to be realistic, but we need to provide guardrails and support, and institutions need to do that.
Thank you. I think that is a wonderful answer, and basically this kind of guidance as well as standards are very important to apply in sector-specific manner as well. Wonderful. This particular panel was a very, enlightening for all of us. We have seen different spectrums of, AI, how it's being, utilized as an opportunity, accessibility, human-people communication, and how leveraging with media. Chitransu mentioned about that. Sanuta mentioned about quite a lot on agents and how AI agents and different kind of, tools can be applied. These are cutting-edge tools, emerging tools. I think Sanuta will talk about in next month another tool. So that kind of thing would emerging. So it's very rapidly and transforming industry quite a bit. Then came more contextualizing for media and our perspective, with more trust and transparency in a domain where we are already questioning the trust. Finally, we have seen the context, how media has actually started incorporating those into their day-to-day factor. With that, we'd like to really give a round of applause to all the panelists, distinguished panelists, and allowing the forum an additional 1 minute time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Please, the remote participants, stay for a while for our photo session. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so done. So while we are still talking about AI, I would like to say that AI may have the answers, but we still we still get to decide the questions. So while AI may run on data and prompt, we humans, we run on coffee, right? So it's a coffee break. And a small reminder, I would like all the guests to please be here, because it's going to go till 11:30, so be here by 11:25. Thank you. Hello, hello.
dramatic scenery, winding mountain passes, snow-capped peaks, fluttering prayer flags, and vibrant rhododendrons are the backdrop for a colorful culture steeped in religion and mythology.
I hope you enjoyed your coffee. We are moving on. And our next session is AI for natural hazards, emergency communication and coverage. And I'm pleased to moderate this session and to welcome our esteemed panelists later. But before that, the video that we wanted to show in the beginning, and we couldn't for some technical reasons, we want to show it now.
We are witnessing one of the greatest technological leaps in the history of human endeavor. The rapid rise of powerful artificial intelligence is considered by many of the greatest thinkers of our age to be no less significant, no less important than the discovery of electricity, the splitting of the atom, the creation of the World Wide Web, or even the harnessing of fire. If we are to realize the untold benefits of AI, then we must work together on combating its significant risks too. AI continues to advance with ever greater speed towards models that some predict could surpass human abilities, even human understanding. There is a clear imperative to ensure that this rapidly evolving technology remains safe and secure. And because AI does not respect international boundaries, this mission demands international coordination and collaboration. It is incumbent on those with responsibility to meet these challenges, to protect people's privacy and livelihoods, which are essential to both our economic and psychological well-being, to secure our democracies from harm, and to ensure the benefits of new technology are shared by all.
Yeah, so that was the short intro that we all have to use AI technologies carefully, but also we are not going to refuse to use them. So I would like to invite our distinguished panelists for this panel, and I would welcome Ms. Su Jin He from, she's the business director of the Academy of Broadcasting Planning, NRTA, China. Dr. Sally Radwan from UNEP. She's joining us remotely, and I hope we are having her online with us. Yeah, she's here. Welcome, Dr. Sally. The next panel is the Secretary General of Bhutan Red Cross Society, Mr. Dorji. Mr. Sunil, President of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, India. And Ms. Kanakporn Prastipon from Thai PBS. So, thank you again for joining me today for these sessions, and we're going to speak about the AI for natural hazards, how we do use these AI technologies, not only emergency communication, but also for the coverage of emergency and the crisis. AI is increasingly shaping how we predict, prepare, and respond, and how do we communicate during the crisis and disasters. At the same time, AI, it raises important questions about ethics, governance, trust, and sustainability. So I'm fortunate to have this panel today, and I would like to start first with Ms. Su Jin Hee. Business Director of the Academy of Broadcasting Planning, and she will be giving a speech about empowering smart broadcasting, safeguarding Asia-Pacific people's well-being. AI boosts innovation in climate disaster, early warnings communication, and all media service. Welcome.
Distinguished ABU colleagues, hosts from Bhutan, ladies and gentlemen, and our lovely students, good day to all of you. Today, the topic of my speech is AI boost innovation in climate disaster, early warning communication, and all media services. I would like to share China's practices and the development vision in empowering the broadcast sector and enhancing climate disaster early warning capabilities through artificial intelligence from two key dimensions. The first one is policy system improvement, and the second one is technological innovation. The first respect, policy leadership, optimizing institutional framework to consolidate a solid foundation for safe development. Emergency broadcasting constitutes a core component of China's national emergency management system and explicitly defined as a key supporting capability for responding to major disasters in national emergency system planning. The National Radio and Television Administration of China has continuously optimized top-level design and formulated a guiding principle for emergency broadcasting, which is horizontal integration, vertical connectivity, precision and efficiency, security and reliability. In 2025, we issued 2 administrative regulations on the access and the dissemination of emergency broadcasting information, standardizing the entire workflow of information admission and content release for emergency broadcast. Meanwhile, the broadcast industry has actively integrated into China's national AI Plus development strategy. The 2025 government work report has deployed key initiatives for AI-enabled industrial empowerment. In 2025, multiple central government departments jointly issued administrative measures for AI content labeling, fostering technological innovation while improving industrial regular rules. And this year, China released the implementation opinions on the innovation development of artificial intelligence plus information and communication industry, which charts a course towards intelligent, green, and integrated development. It outlined 17 specific tasks covering 4 key areas: advancing the intelligent upgrading of the information and communication industry, consolidating the foundational support for AI development, scaling up integrated innovation applications, and enhancing industry governance capabilities. Throughout all the initiatives, we adhere to one fundamental principle: all institutional designs and technological R&D endeavors must ultimately deliver accessible, understandable, and effective early warning services for the general public. And the second aspect, technological innovation, full chain AI empowerment to build an all-media early warning system. China has established a full process intelligent early warning system covering content production, signal transmission, and end-user delivery, which customized and practical applications widely deployed across the country. In the field of emergency early warning, China's Sichuan province has built intelligent earthquake early warning system. Nearly 3,000 monitoring stations across the province realized automated operation and data computation. compressing the original early warning process from dozens of minutes to merely 6 seconds. Currently, the system has achieved in-depth integration with high-speed railway, power, water conservancy, and other industries, transforming emergency response from passive disposal to active prevention and control, and greatly improving comprehensive disaster prevention and mitigation capabilities. In terms of emergency content production and broadcasting, China Shandong Radio and Television Station has developed a digital human rapid broadcasting system for emergency broadcast. The system supports one-click generation of audio and video broadcast by digital human from text, drastically shortening the production and release cycle of emergency information from extreme weather and natural disasters, and enabling timely delivery of risk avoidance guidelines. To address the challenges of information dissemination brought by China's vast territory and the diverse dialects and ethnic minority languages, China has made breakthroughs in intelligent speech and digital human technologies. The dramatically developed Vox CPM 1.5 TTS speech synthesis technology delivers broadcast-grade sound quality, featuring natural prosody and high expressiveness comparable to human broadcasting. And it adapts to broadcast needs of regional dialects and ethnic minority languages, providing high-quality technical support for cross-lingual and cross-regional emergency voice services. At the terminal application level, China Yunnan Province has connected its earthquake early warning system to 8.6 million IPTV and OTT set-top box, and deployed the dedicated terminals covering more than 6,300 primary and secondary schools. Through TV pop-up alerts and campus audio-video alarms, early warning information reaches every household and every school, offering a replicable broadcasting solution for integrated disaster warning communication in the Asia-Pacific region. And now, China has completed the construction of a 6-level emergency broadcasting system, which is national, provincial, municipal, county, township, and village level front-end stations. More than 3 million broadcasting terminals covering 388,000 administrative villages across the country. During the 2025 flood prevention period, over 1.11 billion pieces of emergency information and 13,000 red-level early warnings were disseminated nationwide. Assist the safe evacuation of 291,000 people. This fully demonstrates the system's outstanding strengths in coordinated operation and efficient implementation. Finally, to conclude, there is an ancient Chinese saying, success lies in preparedness and failure in unpreparedness. Technical serves the people and protect the human lives and public well-being remains our unwavering mission. The deployment of smart broadcasting and the in-depth application of artificial intelligence aim to deliver faster early warning responses, wider coverage, and more people-centric public services. Okay, that's all. Thank you, and Jessie Delay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zhu, for sharing with us. This is immersive and very important work that has been done by the Chinese government and also by the Chinese broadcaster, that they pay huge attention to saving lives. This is impressive. So now we are moving to our next speaker, who brings a broader global perspective on the intersection of digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and sustainability. Dr. Sally Radwan, she's the Chief Digital Officer of the United Nations Environment Program, where she leads digital innovation initiatives and explores how emerging technologies can be leveraged to address some of the world's most pressing environmental challenges. So my first question to Dr. Sali would be the UNEP has been vocal about responsible AI. Could you explain what responsible AI means in the context of climate and environmental sustainability?
Good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's great to be with you. From a UNEP perspective, responsible AI means balanced AI. It means AI that is deployed only when needed and not just because we can deploy it. And it means that it's environmentally sustainable. The way we look at this is in terms of an equation. We see the inputs to the equation as the costs to the environment that AI poses, and we can go into a bit more detail about that if you like, but there are different variables that constitutes the environmental footprint of AI. And we see those as one side of the equation, the other side being the benefits that we extract out of it. And only if we can balance that equation, or preferably if the benefits side outweighs the cost side, then we can call it responsible AI, and then it really makes sense to deploy AI. I want to add that AI is a very context-dependent set of technologies. Of course, it's not just one technology. And so we can't just make blanket statements about AI in general. It has to be this specific technology for this specific application in this specific context, location, for example, set of surrounding circumstances, and so on. So that equation needs to be applied on a case-by-case basis, and we need to figure out exactly if it balances. Now, the problem the world is facing still is that we know the equation exists, we just haven't figured out all the variables yet. So we don't have a common way of measuring the environmental footprint of AI. We haven't identified all the essential variables that would go into it, and we haven't agreed on what are acceptable levels. That makes it difficult to quantify. So this is one of the things that we're working on at the UN and especially at UNEP to ensure that we at least can make an educated decision as policymakers as to when AI can be applied responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Sali. We will continue this discussion on the footprint of AI, but now I would like to move to humanitarian sector, and I would like to invite Mr. Dorji, Secretary General, Bhutan Red Cross Society. He's a respected humanitarian leader with extensive experience in disaster response, community resilience, and organizational development. And he will give us a short presentation of the work of the Red Cross in Bhutan. Please welcome.
Thank you, and a very good morning. Firstly, congratulations to BBS and ABU for this wonderful conduct of the forum in this August place. I think with this, Bhutan Red Cross takes the privilege, given that the others are all media experts and from the media fraternity. Me, along with my three colleagues, we are the partners of the media in terms of humanitarian response. So with this, I think to also give you an introduction, of course, this topic is about AI, and of course you might have already viewed or seen about what Bhutan Red Cross is, as we are here branding ourselves pretty well. So with this, may we have the presentation up? It's a very short presentation. As our colleague from Kinsel said, it has been condensed to a few slides. So it's just an introduction also of what Bhutan Red Cross is, and for the national colleagues and friends, if you're interested to be a volunteer, of course, there's also certain opportunities. In terms of the legal framework, of course, Bhutan Red Cross has been constituted as a national entity, but the only entity with a national law. So an NGO with the national law under the Bhutan Red Cross Society Act 2016. And we're very privileged and honored that we are all serving under the directives and the royal command of Her Majesty the Gelsun, the President of Bhutan Red Cross. With this, could we still be on the previous slide? AI? Okay, the AI is doing its job. So, of course, we have the governance, which is also, again, thanks to His Majesty's Secretariat. We have the leadership from there, a management team, and we have our operations in the 21 branches. That shows in the map down there that our visibility in the community existence. With that, just a summary of our data. As we talk about AI, I think data is also becoming important. Equally important, and that is where, as humanitarian actors, we have to be quite accurate when we are responding to. So we have 8,113 registered volunteers, 21 branches stretched across the 20 districts, 48 branch coordinators with specialized mandates, and of course, I was also touching base with the young leaders here in the room, the students from the August Institute of the Royal Academy, and I was talking with them about AI, how do they see AI, and a food for note for us as parents or us as teachers and also media fraternity team. I think they were saying that maybe now it's also high time that our dear young leaders need to get some induction about where AI can be used. And this is also an orientation that, as we were talking about ethical reporting as well as ethical researches. So these were some of the side the advantages that I took during the break. With this, can we go to the next slide? Okay, it's just a summary of, to ensure, to showcase also how are we integrated into disaster management response. This is, of course, with already highlighted by our Honorable Director General yesterday from the Department of Disaster Management and Local Governance, that we do have a National Disaster Management and Contingency Plan and also a response mechanism. Of course, Bhutan Red Cross is quite there next to the line, His Majesty's Secretariat, which is in yellow. So with us, we have, with Bhutan Red Cross, we have Desung as well as the Royal Bhutan Army. So this is just to also show, as much as AI is embedded with us, a certain command of control is required in terms of emergencies and also in terms of deployment. Next. See, there comes Bhutan Red Cross highlighted. So this is just a summary of where are we engaged. Of course, at the moment, as just before we started this panel discussion, we had the honor to digitally view His Majesty King Charles' statement that AI does not have boundary. And as Saska, the previous panelist, stated that during emergencies or so, AI cannot be there knocking doors. AI cannot be there during conflict resolutions. So that is where, as humanitarian responders or as media fraternity, us as partners, where emotional intelligence takes over artificial intelligence. And I think this, as much as my memory and as well as my lifespan would stay, I think emotional intelligence would definitely be a competitive advantage that we will take lead over AI. So with the summary, of course, in terms of digitalization and so on, I would not be explaining too much, given the fact that we are quite pleased to have some follow-up questions. So with this, it is more to show a focus of how are we engaged in terms of disasters and response, in terms of health emergencies, and likewise, how are we also engaged in terms of reporting. So as we have a good and a strong base of community volunteers, that is where I would also see that the media fraternities could also see us as partners in terms of disseminating information. And yesterday, during one of in fact, the last panel discussions, Ampact mentioned about the community resilience and community forces of volunteers as well as the community sector. So I think that is where, as much as we think about building AI and using AI, and as our Council MD mentioned, we should make AI the slave of us and we should not be enslaved. So with this, I think, thank you, and next. If you're still interested, I think AI has done the job, and you can reach us out at this scan point. Thank you, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you so much for giving us the glimpse of the incredible work that the Red Cross Bhutan and not only in Bhutan, they do and most of the time they are in front of when any emergency or disaster happens. As a humanitarian sector is often among the first to witness the real world impacts of disasters. So my question, going back to AI, and again, thank you so much for saying that emotional intelligence is more important than artificial one. I cannot more agree on that. So in humanitarian operations, speed is critical. And where do you see, or do you see AI providing the greatest value during emergencies, whether it in early warnings disseminations, needs assessment, or volunteer coordinations, or resource allocations? Do you see the use of AI during that times?
I think emotional intelligence are good to connect with humans. AI is good to be used for our research. So I think taking this question, and of course, emergencies are becoming rapid. And again, quoting His Majesty the King, King Charles said that it does not have international boundaries. So speed is critical. As much as speed is critical, I would say that accuracy is also critical in terms of responding. Of course, ethical reporting is not my fundament at this point, given the fact that we are blessed to have the media fraternity. In terms of speed being critical in terms of responding, just summarizing this into 4 critical areas is where AI can be important is enhancing prediction. Definitely, predicting is now becoming quite easier, in fact, with the advantage of AI, simulations, the simulation exercises, and especially risk modeling. Because we talk about risk mapping, but at the same time, risk modeling is also quite important. And yesterday, again, dear panelists from the NCHM Center for Hydrometeorology mentioned about forecasting and early warning systems and so on. So in terms of prediction, I think AI is definitely doing its work. AI for real time, during and post-recovery, as you highlighted, in terms of accelerating response time, in terms of optimizing resource allocations and support recovery operations. I think definitely for us, now AI is giving us the advantage of trying to, for example, analyze the volunteer deployments for let's say, an event of natural calamity X. What kind of volunteer specialization can be mobilized? So for these kinds, AI is definitely a tool that we can integrate it with data for forecasting. And of course, as we all say, data-driven decision-making, definitely scientifically to use AI is quite accurate in the sense that, of course, we have to be the judge also, again, to do certain researches. In terms of AI for real-time, of course, definitely damage assessment can also be one important area of opportunity to incalculate and use AI. In terms of real-time post-recovery, optimizing operational and capacities of supply chain, as you mentioned, in terms of resource mobilization, does give us the competitive advantage. And that is, I would say, where we can accelerate and use AI in terms of using AI as a means of critical and efficient response. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we talk about ethical use of AI a lot. So I want to move to our next speaker, Mr. Sunil. He is the president of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers in India. And he is a broadcast engineering and media leader with over 30 years of experience in public service broadcasting and technology management. And he previously also served as Additional Director General of Prasar Bharati, India, and also as a Vice President of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. So, Mr. Sunil, thank you for joining us today. And my question to you would be on the ethical part of the use of AI. What challenges and ethical consideration does AI present in climate communication and disaster risk reduction?
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank ABU for providing me this forum and bringing out the country perspective on the development of AI in the disaster-related fields. So friends, we had a very vibrant session yesterday, and we heard 3 counts that natural hazards such as earthquakes, floods, cyclones, tsunamis, wildfires, landslides, and some extreme weather conditions, they are increasing frequently in frequency and in intensity. The second, that the timely, accurate, and accessible communication, this can save lives, reduce panic, and improve disaster response. And AI is emerging as a transformative technology that enhances forecasting, automates emergency communications, enables multilingual dissemination of warnings, and supports all the media organizations in delivering real-time information during the crisis. So today, we are discussing how AI is being used across basically 3 critical areas: AI-assisted forecasting and data interpretation, real-time content production during the crisis, and AI-driven multilingual and accessibility services. And now, for the first, AI-assisted forecasting and data interpretation, modern disaster management depends heavily on the rapid interpretation of large volumes of data. Where does the data come from? Satellites, from the radars, weather radars, seismic sensors, river gauges, drones, the IoT devices, and social media platforms. The second, for real-time content production during the crisis, during disasters, media organizations face immense pressure to provide continuous updates while verifying information and combating information, which is very critical. And thirdly, for AI-driven multilingual and accessibility services, a major challenge during disasters is ensuring that warnings reach all the populations, regardless of their language, their literacy, their age, their disability, where AI-powered language and accessibility tools are making emergency communications more inclusive. So AI assists broadcasters and emergency communication agencies by automating the content generation and accelerating newsroom operations. Now, yesterday in the entire session, we had some 4 sessions, 4 to 5 sessions, and I could get only one thing, and that is why I chose this area. The key to AI above is the robust connectivity, where I would like to bring to the notice of this august audience a marvel innovation in India on this to provide seamless connectivity, which is the direct-to-mobile broadcasting. And this technology has upstream. Why? Because users need to access content on device every time on the device of their choice, irrespective of other things. And the killing feature of this direct-to-mobile broadcasting is that you can have access to all the information on their mobile sets without a SIM card, without a data connection, and without an internet plan. Must be very surprising, because this is happening in the country, this type of innovation, because for all the disasters, for all the disaster recovery operations, connectivity is the key. We need to remain connected to the newsrooms, to the government helplines, to everything. And so providing a robust connectivity is the basic emphasis, and that is why this innovation has taken place. So the killing feature, as I told you, that if you even don't have a SIM card, you don't have data connection, or even if you don't have internet, still your mobile will be able to receive all the media content at any time and every time. Now, how do we manage this? There are 2 towers. One is the broadcasting tower, where you have got a tower, you feed the signal, it disseminates, it is one-to-many communication. So every user in their area having a TV set or whatever it is, they will have access to information through the broadcasting towers. They have got a separate infrastructure. They have been assigned by ITU a separate frequency also. So that is in isolation. On the other hand, we have got telecom towers. They are meant for one-to-one communication. Whenever you make a call, first your call will go to the telecom tower and then will connect back to the user wherever you are going. So that is one-to-one communication. So these are 2 separate islands with their own infrastructure, with their own frequency assignments and all. What is this DTM? It combines both of them. And see, there is an artificial intelligence switch which detects the peak traffic. Whenever there is peak traffic on your mobile phones, what does the peak traffic do? It leads to congestion, and the purpose for which the mobile phones are meant for a communication, that is lost. You don't get calls. You have call jams, log jams and all. So the AI switch, it will detect the peak traffic and intelligently offload the traffic from the telecom towers to the broadcasting towers. Today, with the advent of so many streaming modes and technologies, the broadcasting frequencies as well as the infrastructure is less utilized in various developed countries because you've got so many modes, so many platforms. So this technology will offload the content from the mobile towers to the broadcasting towers and will ease the content delivery as well as the quality of the service which you are going to receive on your mobile phones. Connectivity, you see, when you have matches in cities, a city like Delhi, I'll say, everybody will log on to the match on his mobile device because people are moving. Even to the extent that people sitting in the stadiums, they will also log on to their mobile devices. Why? Because they want to see the closer and finer aspect of the players who are playing. So what will all this do? This will decongest the bandwidth which has been allotted for the communication and for the delivery of the information. So that is a time when the AI switch has to detect it and offload the content to the broadcasting towers so that, again, despite whatever traffic is there in the city on the broadcasting, your phone is free for receiving all those disaster messages and all. Now, we have to have a green climate. You have got today 1 lakh phones, so you may be having 50,000 towers. And with the type of the expansion of the telecom networks, everybody is going to have one phone or the other. So that means to provide the same quality of service, the number of telecom towers, they also have to increase. What will this DTM do? When the DTM offloads the content from the broadcasting to the telecom, it will not require that. So it again helps for a greener climate. It again helps for a carbon foot reduction. And that is the advantage which comes with this. This is so you minimize your telco expansion. You get a greater bandwidth. And again, it is an indigenous technology. Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, which is the premier institution of the country. They have developed this, the first in the world. And the chips for receiving this on your mobile phones, on your laptops, they have been again designed by none other than one of the firms in India, Tejas Networks. So these two indigenous things coming together, they will power your mobile phones, they will power your laptops, or whatever devices are mobile, meaning by that you have mobility, communication on the roads anytime and every time. One may ask a question. We have got 4G, we have got 5G, 6G is coming. When the communication is spreading so fast, why do we still need this direct-to-mobile communication? So I'll give you one example, that in my country, in India, we have got 28 crore households. Out of 28 crore, 19 crore households are TV households. The remaining 9 are TV dark. Means they don't have TVs in their homes. See the number of mobile phones in the country. There are 80 crores. It means, by and large, everybody has got a mobile phone and living beside small children. And the number of the feature phones are another 25 crores. So if the content goes from the fixed TVs to the mobile, can you imagine the reach which comes from the 19 crore, it has got to 120 crores. That means everybody in the country is going to have access to the information, which is very much required, again, in the times of the disaster, in times of the calamities which is happening. So this is the reason why this technology is very much required despite the expansion, and India has got very diverse topography. Places like Leh Ladakh, places like Chushul, they have got terrain like Bhutan. You don't have the capacity to lay the fiber network because all the hills and it is not economical also. People may not have that population for the usage also. There, that is a place where this technology comes very handy, that you are connected to all the parts of the country every time through this. Even if your internet fails, even if your fibers get cut, and even if your satellites are also jammed, which happens in the case of wars and all, you will have access to the communication and manage everything very nicely. And that is what COVID was a disaster. And we didn't know, nobody knew it, rather in fact. And Prasar Bharati, the public broadcaster, they had implemented an e-office system, again based on this technology, where you had access to the information. Thereby, when the COVID came after 3 months, every information regarding how many beds are there, in which hospitals they are there, how many oxygen cylinders they are available in the city, and where they are available, everything came very handy to the people. And India could manage that disaster very well just because of the preparedness of this e-office systems well in advance of the COVID, though it was not known. That was the level of the preparedness of the, in terms of the technology for connecting people, for connecting the government, and for connecting everybody. So these are the inherent technology advantages, because see, whatever we are discussing today, everything is based on the connectivity, and we have to have a robust connectivity to ensure that we all remain connected for all disasters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, for informing us about how can broadcaster, telecom operators, disaster management agencies, and technology providers collaborate together and use the integrate AI-driven technologies for disaster communication. Thank you so much. And I would like to go back to Dr. Sali. We hear a lot about AI helping us solve problems in disaster communication, climate change communication, but we hear less about its own environmental footprint. How concerned should be the policymakers, media organizations, and technology companies be about the growing energy and resource demands of AI?
Thank you for the question. I think they should be concerned mainly because we don't have sufficient understanding of what the environmental footprint of AI is. And what I mean by that is everyone talks about energy consumption, and rightly so, but that's only part of the story. And even when they talk about energy consumption, it's usually kind of anecdotal stories of the use of course, the number of data centers is rising globally. We know that. We don't know how much of it is attributable to AI. And so we can't really quantify the energy demand as such. But then people go into analogies like, oh, AI is using, I don't know, 3 times the UK's consumption of power in a year and things like that. And we hear approximations like one ChatGPT prompt costs us the same as 10 Google searches or whatever. And no one really knows how accurate these measurements are. And even if they're kind of accurate, they're only approximations that help kind of paint the pictures in our minds, but they're not scientific measurements upon which decisions can be made. And so what we're really lacking is a full understanding of, first of all, the actual end-to-end footprint, not just energy. And then secondly, what exactly is it? That's the essential variables I was talking about earlier. And in terms of the end-to-end footprint, we actually published a very short paper on that 2 years ago in September 2024, which just served to highlight the fact that we're talking about a whole chain, which starts with critical minerals, which are critical for the energy transition, but also critical for AI hardware. That's where the story starts. It starts with mining, extraction, some of which are very, very harmful practices to the environment. And then we go into the actual manufacturing of AI hardware, GPUs specifically, which are very energy intensive and very water intensive. So water required for semiconductor production, for example, is extremely highly purified water, which of course causes risks to surrounding environments. And then you have the actual construction process of a data center itself, which again is not necessarily environmentally friendly. And that's all before you start even operating the data center. And operation, as we know, of course, has a high energy footprint, but also a high water footprint for cooling. Most data centers today are still water cooled. And so depending on where you choose to place the data center, we do risk drought or at least decreased supply of water. And we're already seeing this in certain parts of the world where drought is emerging in areas surrounding new AI data centers. And greenhouse gas emissions, of course, due to the power consumption. And then we have the waste and e-waste situation at the end of the life cycle, where unfortunately a lot of this e-waste gets dumped in the global south, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, for example. And that's only the direct footprint. And I stress that today we don't really have a scientifically agreed way of measuring that footprint across all of its stages. But then you have the indirect effects. Things like long onset land degradation, things like the loss of biodiversity in areas surrounding data centers. This is all due to the actual construction and operation of these data centers, but again, it's not really measured. And then you have things like, since I'm talking to mostly media experts, misinformation and disinformation. Due to the proliferation of generative AI and its ability to generate deepfakes and to generate very convincing and compelling language, which unfortunately lots of which is geared towards generating myths around climate and environmental issues. So we suffer from that as a first line. And then you have things like increased unsustainable consumption and production, again, due to generative AI and the amazing personalized marketing it does of fast-moving products. And so the footprint is quite large. We're not saying that's a reason to stop using AI by any means. What we're saying is it needs to be measured and it needs to be agreed. What exactly is it that we're measuring and what are the acceptable levels of each of these variables so that when we apply the equation I was talking about earlier, we know that it balances and we know that the benefit we're getting out of AI outweighs its cost to the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sally, and thank you. You just mentioned that, yeah, you are talking to the media and the broadcasters, and of course, broadcasters, they increasingly adapt using AI tools to support not only the content production, but also the emergency communication, the emergency coverage, so the question of trust again and the ethical use of AI is still up front of using those AI tools. And so that's, I would like to invite our next speaker from Thai PBS, Ms. Kanakporn Prasithphone. She's a digital media director of Thai PBS, has been at the forefront of the digital transformation and innovation within one of the regions. Leading public broadcasters. So today she will share Thai PBS's experiences and perspectives in her presentations titled Responsible AI for Emergency Communication of Public Broadcasting Service. Welcome.
Thank you, Nagisar. Ladies and gentlemen, give me my slide, please. Oh, okay. I believe that now we can no longer deny, overlook the growing importance of both disaster and technology, and increasingly for close the relationship between them. Communication is also one of the key areas that require continuous development and enhancement. Okay, firstly, I think Thai PBS is Thailand, the first Thailand public broadcaster dedicated to independent journalism, public interest, and reliable community, especially during crisis and disaster as well. So this picture, firstly, I would like to highlight 3 major disaster challenges facing in Thailand. In 2025, Thailand experienced both a major earthquake and severe flooding in the south, resulting in significant loss of life and demonstration the critical need for trusted emergency communication. Looking ahead to 2026 or this year, the country faces growing drought risk driven by El Niño with a potential impact on water resources, agriculture, and public health. Although these disasters differ in nature, they all reinforce the importance of timely, accuracy, and reliable information during times of crisis. Why this disaster? Different in nature, they all demonstrate the importance of timely. Okay. Next slide. Firstly, I would like to show you today digital platform. I think everyone knows digital platform must be at the center of the communication strategy in Thailand. Also, platforms such as TikTok, Line, and Facebook are major sources of news and information for the public. Similar to trends seen in many countries around the world, as the result, social media has become a key channel for sharing disaster information, risk communication, and emergency update quickly and effectively. Before discussing disaster communication, it is important to understand Thailand media landscape. Today, internet penetration reached nearly 95% of the population, with around 57 million social media users. On average, people use more than 7 platforms each month and spend over 2 hours a day. For me, it's more than 2 hours a day on social media. This means that during a crisis, information spread rapidly across multimedia channels, making effective digital communication more important than ever. Okay, responsible AI is very, very important concept, and it is even more important for public service media, especially when communicate during disaster and emergency. The use of AI should be guided by 4 key principles. First, accuracy before speed. Information should be delivered quickly, but it must also be accurate. The second, transparency. Transparency, we should be open about when and how AI is being used. Third, human oversight. AI can assist the process, but human editor must always review and take responsibility for the final output. And the fourth one, inclusion. Critical information should be accessible to everyone, ensuring that no one is left behind. This principle help ensure that AI serves the public interest and strengthening trusted during times of crisis. Okay, I would like to present a case of the Thai PBS that on crisis communication. First, AI can support content. Okay. Okay, first, the screen just opened. First, the AI can support content production by reducing the time and effort needed to create and prepare information. This example in the mobile screen is the content creation that we produce by AI. It can also help tailor content for different audience, different platform, enabling organization to communicate more quickly and effectively. Another example, this is a content production, and we collect social listening from all of audience in social media, and AI and collect and analyze the large volume of information from social media in real time, helping organizations identify public concern and emerging issues as they develop. This insight can be transformed into dashboard, charts, or infographic, making complex information easier to understand and communicate, particularly during the crisis. In the 2 years, I think every year in Thailand, during the PM 2.5 crisis, we connect directly to trusted sources such as the Pollution Control Department and AI for Thai. This is an official department. The data is then processed and transformed into different content formats tailored to each platform and audience, as shown in the following sample. During the crisis situation, this is a television, traditional television, remain as trusted and effective media. We integrated Air for Thai air quality data real-time via API into the broadcast system, presenting it clearly and easy to understand with the visualized, updating continually in each program. And provide the public with the trusted source of the information. We launch. So the second area is verification and fact-checking. I think this is a very important situation around the world. AI can help identify misleading content, detect, manipulate image or video, and support fact-checking. Team can use the program to fact-checking, use the Hive, Google, reward image search to checking the image or video. This helps reduce the spread of the misinformation and ensure that public has access to reliable information during the crisis. Okay, this is an example of Thai PBS Verify. On our fact-checking platform, we provide verification report on misinformation. This is an example in earthquake situation. And this picture is AI manipulated. That's the photo claim to show the skyfall was shared more than 1,000 times on social media. However, our verification found that the image was actually AI generated. AI generated fake image and video to file during the disaster alert. To address this challenge, various AI tools, we have to use the many programs to verify different types of media. This is a sample of the program that we use to verification. The third use of the AI improving accessibility. This is important as well. AI enable service such as automatic caption, speech to text, text to speech, and language translation to help emergency information to reach a wider audience. This ensures that no one is left behind during the crisis. This is an example for our service that we call Big Sign. Big Sign stands for Big Sign Language. During earthquake situation or emergency, we provide special broadcast with a large full screen for sign language interpretation through our Big Sign service. The service is also available on online platform, helping people to hearing disability access emergency information more easily. And one important group that we must never overlook is children and people with disability in time of crisis. Ensuring that they can access essential information is the crisis part of inclusive and responsible communication. This is a kids program and media literacy for easy understand for the kids and family content. The final use of AI is support audience engagement and public information service. The chatbot is the AI tools that AI can help people quickly access like a FAQ or answer in question, reliable information when they need it most. It enable faster access to trusted public information during the crisis. This is a full factor or for the measure of the AI response. This is an example of our service of the chatbot via Thai PBS Line application. The Line chatbot can effective tool for providing accurate information when the user asks something and immediately to answer. And the PM.5 crisis, we use the FAQ or question and answer the chatbot during this crisis as well. In the final part of my presentation, I would like to share what may be a challenge. We can no longer avoid the growing complexity of disaster communication in the age of AI. You know, this picture, this is an example of the image that was sharing tens of thousands or more than of times during the southern Thailand flood last year. Many people raised the rescue efforts shown in the image, unaware that it has actually been generated by AI. This demonstrates how easier AI-generated content can spread during the crisis and important for fact-checking and verification. Many similar AI generate image. This image, you know, all of different animals can working together to help in rescue. This is a picture significant online. The attention often described as AI's love. This content may attract engagement, but provide little useful for information. The risk is that it distract people from verifying information, fact information, and critical emergency update when they matter most. When AI offers many opportunities for disaster communication, it also brings a new challenge. AI-generated misinformation and defect can spread rapidly during crisis, while information overload make it harder for people to identify trustworthy. At the same time, organizations, so like you and me, face the increasing pressure to communicate quickly without compromising accuracy and public trust. As AI becomes more widely used, transparency, accountability, and responsible use more important than ever. Okay, in the age of AI, the question is no longer who can produce the most content. The real challenge is who can provide information that people trust. Scale, why AI can generate content at scale, but public service media can bring something equal, important, credibility, verification, professional journalism, and commitment to the public interest. In the age of AI, you know, anyone can generate the content. Trusted is different, but I would like to say AI generated the content, but public service media build the trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us the best example of public service media using AI not only effectively, but also responsibly for not only new newsrooms, but the disaster communication. And those samples that you showed us with the rescuing the kitten, actually, I also saw that, and I didn't trust it really. So, but yeah, not many people will, they will just repost it and say, look how cute it is, and it will go viral. That's true. So because we are running out of time, so I will have one common question to all our panelists. And the question is, how can governments, humanitarian organizations, technology, media, academia work together to ensure that AI service, AI technology, AI tools, serves the public interests I mean, they still serve humans. They still serve our interests, although we call them intelligence. And to be frank, my question is always, when we call it intelligence, is it actually intelligence, or it's still some kind of other technology that we can give another definition? This is the broader question which we're not going to discuss now, but how all together, technology, media, humanitarian, other organizations can work together to make sure that AI serves the public interest. So yes, Mr. Dorji?
Quite a tough spot at this hour, I would say. Well, I think at the end of the day, I think it's partnership. Information sharing is definitely the key element, and I think you coined it by saying intelligence, but the key note here is artificial. So it's not human. So I think that is the secondary thought of it, and of course, at the end of the day, I think it's also to ensure that to ensure accuracy is there, that information sharing is definitely the depth, and data should be the accuracy to ensure that the artificial intelligence development is authenticated. Because at the end of the day, yesterday as well as till the morning sessions, the crux of the forum has been also the trust. That trust should be the key element. So for that reason, I would say everywhere in terms of emergency responses, like the Director General of the Department of Disaster Management, Local Governance mentioned that, that we have to partner up and there should not be a prize. But as much as we say that, at the end of the day, everything boils down to bread and butter. So I think it's the only thing is that we have to ensure that there's contingency planning. And as we also heard it this morning from some of the panelists mentioning that most of us have been using the free services, for example, that there's certain limitations. So at the end of the day, for accuracy, information sharing, and also that fact-checking is definitely the key. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Salih? Can you hear us?
I think we need, yeah, sorry, I was unmuting. I think we need common basic principles that we all agree to and that we all start from as to what constitutes safe, trustworthy, responsible AI. And then from that, each one of us in their own domains can take it from there. So when it comes to the media, building on these principles of trustworthiness, you see how you can apply policies against deepfakes, for example, policies against AI-generated content that shouldn't be allowed, or how you can maintain trust with the audiences in the presence of these new forms of content. When it comes to policymakers, we were talking about how to identify the variables that then allow you to judge what is responsible, what is sustainable AI. And this applies, I think, to all walks of life and each stakeholder in their own domain. But we all need to start from the same principles, and this is why international cooperation is so important. We do have voluntary principles that we've agreed on, for example, at the UN level, but they don't trickle down to all walks of life. And they're certainly not binding to anyone. And that's, I think, the main problem that we need to solve today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sunil?
So I would like to bring on this a very important aspect, that most of the AI models, they have been built on Western perspective in mind. The data comes from the collection of from the Western region. Our terrain is quite different, and we will have a robust AI model only when the data on which the AI system is built is sourced locally, because that will give the answer to the question which Nargiza asked: how can it be more productive and fruitful for the utilization of the local public in a particular region? Otherwise, there will always be a question on the accuracy and reliability, because incorrect predictions, they can lead to false alarms or missed warnings. And again, the bias will also be there on the data quality, poor trainings will be there, because those data are exactly not the data which pertains to our region. They are from somewhere outside, and training them on on a model which we are applying here somewhere else, that may not be fruitful. So the data has to be local, and the models have to be built and trained on those data which has to be sourced locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies, you would like to add anything? Ms. Zhu, Kanakpur? No? Yeah, to share to my last question, yeah.
Okay, I think for it's the most important is collaborative between many organizations. Okay, so now we are the public broadcast. I think government should be provide the governance or the policy. The academic should be provided skill or the knowledge for the audience, especially the young audience, and the humanist organization should be to get the more information to make sure no left behind, and especially public broadcast. This is we have to collaborative or combine all of this to make sure that AI can use to the audience and to everyone no except to can provide the audience everyone, and especially the public media service is strong in the production, distribution, and understand for the user behavior, understand the platform landscape. This is a strong for public media service. I think should be stand for to collaborative and combine every organization or all of them to develop, and especially fact-checking, especially to fight fake news right now. I think so.
Thank you. Sue?
Hello? Okay. And nowadays, China takes a leading role in the global AI development. And the Chinese government has released the 15th five-year plan and covering the social fields and for 2025 to 2030. And all the industries make their own industrial plans. And so first, I think the government sets a project and clear the targets focus on AI. And support open public data and ask all the industrials to put people's needs first. And second, the universities and the humanity groups take part in the plan drafting, and they studied the risks when we use AI, and also protect the vulnerable people and add rules of fairness and ethics to the industrial plans. And third, the radio and TV and also the online media and emergency broadcasting widely use AI, just like I mentioned before. And they tell the public basic AI knowledge and the AI progress. And then the technical companies follow the national and industrial plans and to develop new AI tools and new AI applications. And they also focus on AI for public service and disaster warning with the support from the government. So when these groups I mentioned above cooperate well, we will connect the national strategy and industrial plans and also the public needs and the real AI products. So in this way, AI can truly bring benefits to the public. Okay, that's all.
Thank you so much for all the panelists. And we conclude our session. And for conclusion, I would like to say that AI's impact will depend on how responsibly we design, govern, and apply it. The challenge before us is to harness AI's potential to protect people and the planet while ensuring that ethics, sustainability, and human dignity remain at the center of innovation. And I again want to emphasize that Mr. Dorji said that emotional intelligence is important. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sally, for joining us today. And please stay with us for the photo session.
All right, that concludes our discussion on AI for natural hazards, emergency communication, and coverage. That took 14 more minutes, Nargiza. Right? So AI can generate text and images.
A little bit of your lunchtime.
But unfortunately, it can't, AI can't enjoy lunch for us. So let's do what humans do the best. Let's eat. All right, so before we break for the lunch, a sincere thank you to Tashi Beverages, Minjung Sorik, and the CSI Market for their generous support for refreshments and gifts for the event. Lesla.
Santa What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources, but guardians. Where culture is not remembered, but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together. Across mountains and valleys, a voice connects the nation. BBS, informing, educating and inspiring, telling the story of a people becoming. Now, a new chapter begins. A generation rooted in wisdom reaching forward. At its heart, the Gelifu Mindfulness City, where economy meets ecology and the future is shaped with awareness. Here, the future is not rushed, it is nurtured. Because when nature thrives, when culture endures, and when compassion leads, a nation flourishes. And from the Himalayas, a quiet message. Progress can be mindful, development can be humane, and happiness can lead the way. Bhutan, where happiness breathes. What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources, but guardians. Where culture is not remembered, but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together. Across mountains and valleys, a voice connects the nation. BBS, informing, educating and inspiring, telling the story of a people becoming. Now, a new chapter begins. A generation rooted in wisdom reaching forward. At its heart, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, where economy meets ecology and the future is shaped with awareness. Here, the future is not rushed, it is nurtured. Because when nature thrives, when culture endures, and when compassion leads, a nation flourishes. And from the Himalayas, a quiet message. Progress can be mindful, development can be humane, and happiness can lead the way. Bhutan, where happiness breathes.
Yes.
What if success was not counted in wealth, but felt in the happiness of its people? High in the Himalayas, there is a kingdom that chose differently. A place where forests are not resources but guardians. Where culture is not remembered but lived. And where progress is measured by the well-being of the human spirit. Here, the air feels untouched. Bhutan, the world's only carbon-negative country. Forests breathe life, rivers carve their ancient paths, mountains stand timeless. This is not conversation, this is a promise. And at its heart lies an idea, gross national happiness. A belief that progress must serve human happiness, balancing growth with culture and compassion. Here, tradition lives. In monasteries above the clouds, in prayer flags carried by the wind, in festivals alive with color and spirit. And in every smile, happiness is not chased, it is cared for together. Across mountains and valleys, a voice connects the nation. BBS, informing, educating and inspiring, telling the story of a people becoming. Now, a new chapter begins. A generation rooted in wisdom reaching forward. At its heart, the Gelefu Mindfulness City, where economy meets ecology and the future is shaped with awareness. Here, the future is not rushed, it is nurtured. Because when nature thrives, when culture endures, and when compassion leads, a nation flourishes. And from the Himalayas, a quiet message. Progress can be mindful, development can be humane, and happiness can lead the way. Bhutan, where happiness breathes.
technical and editorial sessions, which is more presentation sessions, AI for newsrooms, AI for emergency operations, use of AI, ethical use of AI, governance and regulations. And the moderator for this session is the wonderful lady who you saw yesterday as well. She was one of the speakers, Miss Yok Sanpek Dorji. She's the founder of Bhutan Center for Media and Democracy. Welcome.
Hello. So good afternoon, everybody. Are we wide awake? Yeah. We'll make sure that you'll more than be able to bear with us, okay? It's only 1 hour, the next session, and we'll try to whiz through it with some gleanings of learning at the end. But this morning, I was reminded that I am part of the Sony Walkman generation, okay? And, you know, I know some of us here in the crowd have never heard of these remarkable recorders that helped us track memory and history. And this reminded me then over lunch about this seminal period. The year was 1999. And what was the memory? That was the year that that Bhutan introduced television and the internet. And it was remarkable. The world's media descended on Bhutan. And it was so interesting, the stories. It was the Silver Jubilee of the 4th King of Bhutan. So they came, they reported, but it was also the launch of television and internet. And one of the stories which stuck in my mind was, I think it was a newspaper in the West. I will not say which one in case I get it wrong, but the story lamented the fact that Bhutan was going to introduce television. How interesting. And it struck us living here because we said we were also excited for this new technology, right? And here is a journalist who says, oh, why did Bhutan do that? Why didn't they delay it? All this nonsense from the world is going to come crashing in, right? It was this romantic vision of what Bhutan should be, secluded, isolated, Shangri-La. But anyway, the wisdom is His Majesty at that time, the 4th King of Bhutan, at the launch on his address to the nation, he said, you cannot delay technology. I remember that. He said, the people in Bhutan are educated. They are well able now to be able to choose the good from the bad. And it's up to the people how they're going to use this. But he felt that he had some confidence, right? Okay, so for all the students from here, you know, the king of Bhutan said, I'm confident that our people can choose the good from bad. And today I keep hearing, 26, 7 years later, we're talking about human judgment right through the morning. You know, so the quality of human judgment is still something to think about. So welcome to this session where we will be talking about AI for newsrooms, AI in emergency operations, and then the ethics, governance, and regulations, all right? Because algorithms today have the power to change the world that we live in and the way we live in it. You know, the way we live in it, what would we do without AI? So to join me in discussing this very interesting topic, first of all, we have the CEO from the newspaper called The Bhutanese, Tenzing Lamsang. Tenzing is the editor-in-chief, all right, of the newspaper. He's been in the profession for more than 2 decades, and he's also previously worked for the Indian Express in New Delhi, Quinsel, when he came back, as well as Business Bhutan, and now he heads the Bhutanese. He's won some awards over the years, including awards for investigative journalism. And from Indonesia, we have the head of international relations from TVRI, Harisman, would you join us? Come. Harisman is head of international relations at TVRI. is Indonesia's national public service broadcaster. He's also been there for more than 2 decades in TV journalism. And in fact, right through lunch, while we were enjoying lunch, he was here doing a piece to camera for his chief editor back home. No, there's never a moment of rest for people in public media, okay? He currently leads TVRI's international cooperation and partnerships and focuses on media innovation, climate communication, among others. All right, and we now shift over to NHK Japan. And from the Media Innovation Center there, we have Kitajima Shu. Come. He says to call him Shu, so that's easy. Shu began his career at the NHK Science and Technology Research Lab. That was in 2015. Then he began researching acoustic technologies and worked in the development of immersive audio technologies. He later also joined, he moved to NHK in the Sapporo broadcast station, where he was responsible for broadcast technology, systems development, etc. And he's currently with the Media Innovation Center. So NHK has this center where they develop AI-driven solutions that improve efficiency and quality of program production. So there'll be some interesting technical aspects of AI as well. Uzbekistan, here we come. MRTK, the head of international relations, we have Laziz Zuraev, okay? Laziz is an expert in international affairs, media cooperation, with experience in building global partnerships. He serves as head of the International Relations Department at the MRTK, and he also has roles in government and broadcasting, including coordination of international events, and he's also the vice chair of the ABU Media Academy Forum. And lastly, online, can we bring on Zaid Muhammad? Zaid, are you there? Hello? We can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So you can hear me now?
Yes, Zaid is with us. He's based in Turkey, in Istanbul. We had a quick chat last night on WhatsApp, so thanks to AI, here he is. All right, he's an AI engineer and infrastructure lead and has a lot of experience in enterprise consulting and public broadcasting. He leads the LLM, the large language model systems at TRT, and he builds multi-agent platforms and many other things which I don't even understand, RAG pipelines, etc. Anyway, he has a graduate degree in AI, so get ready with your questions, all right? Okay, so we're gonna begin today with, again, back to the focus, okay, on AI in newsrooms, AI in emergency situations, and underlying it all, the most critical part is the ethics, the governance, and the regulations of the use of AI. That's what we're gonna begin first by inviting Tenzing Lamsang from the Bhutanese to share his experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ampek. I'll get straight to the point. I have a slide presentation. So AI in Bhutan, Bhutanese newsrooms, affordability, data sovereignty, disasters, and governance. So to give you a quick kind of lay of the land, I come from a print journalism background, a newspaper. So the Bhutanese media consists of, we have BBS, which is organizing the host, your host over here, with News and Current Affairs Department, BBS Program for Entertainment and Education, and BBS Radio. So 3 departments under BBS. We have a majority state-owned paper called Quinsel Corporation, and for private newspapers, we have the Bhutanese, which is my paper, Business Bhutan, Bhutan Times, The Journalist, and Gyalchi Sarsho. The reality in Bhutan's small media market limits revenue opportunities with private outlets facing particularly constrained resources because of a small market here. Then the use of AI in Bhutanese newsrooms, especially for small teams, and this is, I inputted the data, but in spirit of the conference, this is AI generated. as well. So as you can see, we use AI for very basic purposes like research, writing assistance, grammar, document analysis, transcription, idea generation. And then AI cannot verify facts. It does not understand Bhutan's context. It cannot replace reporting, and it can make mistakes or hallucinate, which is very important thing that we editors watch out for. And our principles is that, it's an assistant, not the author. Human judgment is important, and using AI responsibly to strengthen journalism and serve the public better. So technology should support us, but integrity defines us, and technology should not replace us. So I think in the context of Bhutan, we have mostly small news teams, so I think AI can be a force multiplier in terms for how it helps small teams and all of that. And then, if I can take you to the next slide, but the global AI hype versus the Bhutanese ground reality. And here, the world assumes that AI is widely adopted in newsrooms. Journalists use multiple AI tools, or automation is already standard practice. AI replicates repetitive. But in Bhutan, the newsroom reality is that there's limited or no formal AI training, low awareness or practical use, cost barriers to paid tools. AI use is mostly informal and individual, and no structured newsroom-wide integration. So well-resourced state-owned outlets have an edge with larger manpower, dedicated teams, better access to funding and training, institutional partnerships, government support, and thus adopt technologies faster because of scale. Smaller private media houses operate with limited staff, doing multiple roles, tighter financial constraints, no dedicated IT or multimedia teams, limited training opportunities, and no institutional or government support. So AI adoption in Bhutan, and even across countries, is not necessarily equal. Then the real challenge for Bhutan is that it's not about adopting AI tools, and I think for many developing countries, but also bridging the knowledge gap, ensuring equal access across journalists, avoiding informal, unregulated AI use, and preventing over-reliance on this tool. The emerging risks and gaps are a few AI-literate journalists becoming highly efficient and leaving others behind, and this is especially in terms of the generation gap. Newsroom imbalance in speed and capability grows. Larger institutions adopt AI faster at scale. Smaller media houses rely on informal or no AI use. Content production, speed, depth diverge. Competitive imbalance. And why it matters for Bhutan is that media diversity may be hampered if a few big players or few players get ahead in the AI race, and public discourse may be dominated by a few. So the AI divide in Bhutan is not just between countries. In Bhutan, it is between media houses, and even journalists within the same newsroom may have different levels of AI use and skills. So I think the solution here is to build a capacity before tools and ensuring equity, AI training for journalists, designers, and other media professionals, AI literacy training, simple newsroom guidelines, shared access models, strong editorial verification, technical support from institutions and state for private media, and all, not just state-owned media, focus on free tools and open source systems, avoid dependencies on expensive proprietary platforms, cross newsroom sharing, and agencies like AUB having workshops. So if AI access remains unequal, the media inequity will deepen, and even in a small country like Bhutan. So AI, media online revenue and plagiarism, I'm going to breeze through this. I think all of you are aware that the media traditionally had monopoly of the eyeballs and monopoly of revenue. That has gone away with social media, because now Google and social media have sucked up the majority of revenue in the media space. AI is going to make it worse, because they're not only sucking up revenue, but they're taking away eyeballs. At least Facebook sent the reader to your website. AI is not even going to do that. Most of the AI users stay on the AI page, and quite a few of the AI pages don't even give proper accreditation to news media. So I think then the issue of, if I can go back, I think in larger countries like the New York Times, they've been suing like ChatGPT and all of that, but this is not possible for smaller countries and medium-scale countries and media houses, which is why we lose out in terms of that. Then another thing is data sovereignty and misrepresentation. So as we sit in this conference, there are huge data mining centers which are mining all the data of Bhutan from all our websites, our Facebook interactions, and that data is going to be used, made proprietary data, and when we use it, we have to pay money for it. So I think, because data is the new oil, and I think sovereignty is not just about borders anymore, but even about your data. And in the upcoming digital age, data is so important that I think Bhutan will have to learn how to protect its data, prevent a technical block across sovereign websites using certain tools, and then other measures so that we can have, Bhutan can protect its own data, and then we can have data sovereignty. And then AI's role in natural disasters, which is one of the subtopics of this conference. There is no doubt that AI can help in terms of preventive as well as in terms of reaction to GLOF, earthquakes, landslides, forest fires, droughts, which are the major disasters in Bhutan. And we can use satellite technology, for example, to find how moraine dam walls in Lunana, the GLOF-prone Thotomi Lake, is shrinking. But these are very expensive. So this is the same problem that newsrooms face in terms of affordability and awareness. So I think for Bhutan, we have to go for more, instead of expensive proprietary platforms, we have to develop our own AI using open source LLMs like Meta's Llama and Mistral modes, which allows local developers to add on, and Bhutan must build its own domestic AI capacity using GovTech, DHI, GCIT, Gyalsung, DESUP, and the private sector, and also leverage open source AI. AI and mineral exploration in Bhutan. So I think Bhutan is spending $8 million. We've hired an Australian firm which has been using specialized helicopters using LIDAR and magnetic sensors to develop a natural resource map of Bhutan. And a lot of this data is processed using AI and deep machine learning. And we are paying this $8 million mostly for using the proprietary software of these companies. In others, we could have done the survey ourselves. And it's a risk, it's a lot of opportunity if you discover some minerals, like let's say rare earth minerals. If you don't, it's a big loss for us. So I think in terms of the opportunities and risks of proprietary AI. So then I'll come finally to the Bhutan National AI Strategy, developed by the GovTech agency, is on the 3 principles of GNS-centric design, enhancing public service delivery, and ethical and inclusive development. So the 8 key focus areas, and as a journalist, I can say that none of it is implemented yet. It's on paper, but we hope that, but at least this gives a strategy or guide for the future. In terms of agriculture and livestock, using precision farming, using drones, tourism, predictive analysis for data-driven digital marketing, green energy. This has a lot of potential in terms of smart grids and leveraging abundant hydropower to host energy-efficient green data centers, positioning Bhutan as a regional AI computing hub. Education and skills in terms of virtual assistants, in terms of tutors, health, medical diagnostics, a lot of potential there. Public service delivery, automating bureaucratic workflows, partly happening, but you're yet to use AI. And in terms of 24/7 government virtual assistants, natural resource and biodiversity, EWS, to predict GLOFs, landslides, and forest fires. I talked about natural disasters earlier. Culture and language in terms of digitizing and storing our cultural heritage. So to achieve this, the key enablers are infrastructure, which has to be developed, GPU clusters at the government data center. So we already have a government data center which is storing a lot of data. So if you introduce AI and enhance this, there's a lot of potential for that. Regulations are being framed in terms of national data governance framework, and then guidelines for ethical AI and AI governing body. We have to improve cybersecurity because of AI risk, and we need to use AI to counter AI possible hacking of our data centers. Skills and talent development, building. We have students in the back, building the capacity to do programming, learn Python and all of that. R&D, building AI dedicated labs, collaboration, public-private, funding, and then the risk mitigation framework, because AI comes with a lot of risks. The biggest is job displacement. So here the government strategy is handled through workforce reskilling and curriculum integration right from the school level. Intellectual property has to be updated to protect AI-created innovations. Misinformation and deepfakes, use AI to fight AI deepfakes. Cultural erosion, combat foreign bias by generating localized content and tools on Bhutanese values. And environment, green AI policies that mandate high-performance computing systems that run strictly on, because this is very controversial. In America, you have seen a lot of data centers coming up, use a lot of water, a lot of power. So how can we have green data centers in Bhutan? So I'll end my presentation there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yep, thank you very much for that very succinct presentation on what is happening in Bhutan right now. I mean, some of us might not realize it, but we're right in the process of regulating, talking about policies. So this is the right time for also the journalists and people in media to try and influence some of these so-called drafting of regulations process. Can we have our next speaker? I think it's Harrisman. Thank you. I think what we'll do is, given the time constraint, we'll go through all the presentations and then we'll have an open discussion. Yeah? Zaid, you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear well.
Great.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, ABU, for this opportunity. Before presentation about my topic today, I would like to tell you about TVRI. TVRI is Indonesia's public service broadcasters and the country's oldest television network, established in 1962. Through our 33 regional stations, we serve audiences across the Indonesian archipelago, covering more than 70% of the national territory. As a public broadcaster, our vision is not driven solely by ratings. We exist to inform, educate, preserve our rich cultural diversity and provide trusted information for all Indonesians. During disasters and emergency, this responsibility becomes even more important because the right information delivered at the right time can save lives. That is why we view AI as an enabler of public service broadcasting, helping us work faster and smarter while ensuring that human judgment, editorial integrity, and ethics remains at the heart of everything we do. My topic today is about building resilient broadcasting with AI. Before I start this presentation, I would like to ask you a simple question. How many of us have received breaking alert news on our phone, even before the journalists arrive at the scene? I think this is what happens to everybody right now, because today information travels faster than ever, sometimes faster than verification, faster than the facts. And at the same time, artificial intelligence is making information is easier to create, to distribute, even, unfortunately, sometimes manipulate. For broadcasters, especially public broadcasters like TVRI, this creates an important challenge. How do we embrace technology while at the same time we have to maintain public trust? Today, I would like to share the perspective of TVRI as a public broadcasters, in the only public broadcasters in Indonesia. When we hear discussions about AI in media, the conversation often focuses on automation, efficiency, or replacing traditional workflows. At TVRI, our experience has led us to a different question. Not how AI can replace people, but rather how can AI help us better serve the public, especially during emergencies. That question has shaped us much of our thinking so far. We are now living through two major transformations at the same time. One is visible almost every day through floods, heat waves, storms, and other disasters linked to climate change. The other is happening inside our newsroom, our mobile phones, and our digital platforms through artificial intelligence. Both are changing the way people consume information, and both are increasing the responsibility of broadcasters. For Indonesia, disasters are not occasional events. They are part of our reality. We live on the Pacific Ring of Fire with active volcanoes, earthquakes, floods, landslides, and increasingly extreme weather. This means broadcasters are expected to provide information that is not only fast, but accurate and trusted. Because during a disaster, information is not just content. Information can influence decision and even save lives. This is where the public broadcasting becomes especially important. When uncertainty is high, people look for sources they can trust. At TVRI, our responsibility is simple: to provide information that is accurate, verified, timely, and accessible, especially for communities that may have limited access to other information sources. Well, trust doesn't begin in the newsroom. Trust begins at the source. For disaster information, TVRI works closely with BMKG. BMKG is the Indonesian official agency for meteorology, climatology, and geophysics. Before we think about broadcasting information, we first need confidence that the information itself is reliable. Technology can help distribute information quickly, but credibility starts much earlier. Well, whenever we discuss AI, people often ask whether technology can help make decisions during emergency. My answer is always the same. Technology can support decisions, but it should not replace them. The first hours after disaster are often chaotic. Rumors spread quickly, information changes rapidly, and in those moments, journalists and editors still need to verify, question, confirm, and exercise judgment. That responsibility cannot be delegated to a machine. So, where does AI fit in? So, if AI is not replacing journalists, where does it fit? At TVRI, we see AI as an assistant, a useful assistant, but still an assistant. The journalist remains responsible for the story, the editor remains responsible for the editorial decision, and the broadcaster remains responsible to the public. To be transparent, AI adoption in TVRI newsroom is still relatively limited. Our reporters still write the stories, our editors still review and approve content. What AI helps us do is gather information more efficiently, organize data, monitor conversation, and support research. We see AI as a tool that can improve workflow, not a system that replaces journalism. One area where AI has been particularly useful is helping explain complex events. For example, when an earthquake occurs, audiences often want to understand what happened, why it happened, and what it means. AI-generated illustration and visualization can help explain timelines, geological processes, and disaster mechanisms in ways that are easier to understand. But again, explanation may be assisted by AI. The facts themselves must still be verified by journalists. Of course, AI is creating opportunities, but it is also creating new risks. Deepfakes, synthetic media, synthetic audio, manipulated videos, misinformation produced at unprecedented speed. For broadcasters, this means our role as trusted institution may actually become more important, not less. Because when anyone can create content, audiences need trusted sources even more. This is why discussion about AI cannot focus only on technology. They must also include governance, ethics, accountability, and transparency. Indonesia is currently studying how responsible AI frameworks can be developed. And this conversation involves government, regulators, academic, industry, and media organization. Because responsible AI is not just a technical issue, it is a societal issue. As we explore AI, several lessons continue to guide us. Speed matters, but accuracy matters more. Innovation matters, but trust matters more. And perhaps most importantly, technology may support journalism, but accountability must remain human. Yeah, this, sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay. Can we go back, please? Yeah, the slide summarizes our approach. Everything begins with trust. Trust supports responsible journalism. Responsible journalism produces reliable information. AI can strengthen that process, but it should never become more important than the people and the principles behind, because ultimately, resilient communities are built on trusted information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the reminder that responsible AI is a social issue. All right. And earlier today, I think someone quoted Sam Altman, who talked about AI being, something that people would have to buy. It becomes too utilitarian. He forgets that AI is for people and people use AI. All right, Shu, you're next. Thank you. You know, the two speakers alone have raised so many great questions. We're not going to be able to have time for this, but there's a tea break after this. That's where we're going to zoom in. Please reach out to them individually as well. There are many good things to discuss. Yeah, Shu.
Hello. Thank you for joining this presentation. My name is Shu Kitajima from Media Innovation Center at NHK, Japan Broadcasting Corporation. Today, I will introduce several examples of AI applications in broadcasting at NHK, with a particular focus on speech synthesis technology. Before introducing specific examples, I would like to briefly explain NHK's AI principles. These principles define NHK's fundamental approach to the safe and ethical use and development of AI in line with its responsibility as a public service media organization. The first point is mission first. AI is used and developed as a means to fulfill NHK's mission of delivering accurate and reliable information and rich and high-quality programs and content to all audiences. The second is respect for human creativity and rights, together with transparency. NHK remains mindful of risks such as errors, bias, and rights infringement, and ensures transparency when AI-generated outputs are used. The third is security and governance. NHK assesses safety, establishes rules and oversight, and provides education and training on AI ethics and risk management. In practice, this means that NHK promotes the use of AI together with human judgment responsibility. This slide shows our overall design for AI-related proof of concept, POCs, activities at NHK. We believe that AI has the potential to support almost every stage of program production workflow, from planning, editing, to distribution. Based on this idea, NHK is currently conducting multiple POCs to evaluate the practical usefulness of AI. In today's presentation, I will introduce some examples, including use case involving generative AI, initiatives to help ensure the authenticity of information, and the practical applications of speech synthesis AI in broadcast operations. This slide shows 4 examples of AI-related development at NHK. The first is automatic editing using generative AI, which can create summaries or highlight video sequences based on full video. The second is automatic video switching, where the system selects the most suitable camera shot based on speech content and multiple camera feeds. The third is metadata management system. Generative AI automatically generates scene description and other metadata, helping us make better use of video archives and other broadcast assets. It could also support disaster reporting by combining broadcast footage with viewer-submitted footage to help organize information. The fourth is work on validation of authenticity using C2PA. This is a technical approach to attaching trustworthy provenance information to content, helping broadcasters handle reliable information more effectively. From here, I would like to focus more specifically on NHK's speech synthesis AI dedicated to Japanese. Although many speech synthesis services are now widely available, NHK has developed its own in-house Japanese speech synthesis system for broadcasting. One reason is that Japanese has complex pronunciation rules, so achieving accurate and natural speech synthesis is not always easy. And also, our system is trained on the voices of NHK's announcers. This allows us to reproduce a voice style that is better suited to NHK programs, especially for news and information content. In addition, it is combined with an automated learning system based on broadcast programs, which helps us continuously improve its quality. This slide shows the user interface of our speech synthesis AI system. The system is provided as a web application, allowing users to intuitively control accent and speaking style, which is particularly important for Japanese broadcast speech. The same functions are also available through an API, so the system can be used both interactively by operators and in automated workflows. Now I will play one sample audio clip. Can you play the audio?
西日本や東海、関東は曇りや雨のところが多く、雷の伴うところもある見込みです。北陸と北日本の日本海側はおおむね晴れるでしょう。
It is AI-generated sound. And from here, I would like to introduce some practical application of our speech synthesis AI. This slide shows one practical application in disaster broadcasting. During disasters, broadcasters must continue delivering lifeline information, such as updates on electricity, water, gas, and transportation. This information is essential for people in affected area, but manually reading every update on air can place a heavy burden on local staff, especially when updates continue for long periods. To address this, we built a system that allows remote stations to create accurate AI-generated speech from updated information and support broadcasting in the affected area. As shown on the map, this reduces the workload on the local staff and allows them to focus on more urgent disaster response tasks. This slide shows another application of our speech synthesis AI, this time in weather broadcasting. Local weather updates are highly important, especially at the regional stations. Even simple broadcasts can require several staff members, which creates a burden for smaller stations. To address this, we developed a system that automatically generates spoken narration from weather data and switches visuals in sync with audio. As a result, the entire weather broadcast can be aired fully unattended. This reduces operational burden while maintaining timely delivery of local weather information. This slide shows the last example of our speech synthesis AI application, this time in election broadcasting. In Japan, broadcasters air standardized segment introducing a candidate's profile and policy statement during national elections. The key requirement is fairness. Every candidate must be presented accurately and in the same format. Because there may be hundreds of candidates and only a short production period, the traditional workflow has been highly labor-intensive. To address this, we developed a system that automatically generates visuals and speech from candidate data. This allows us to produce election programs quickly, accurately, and consistently with much less effort. To conclude, I have shown several examples of how NHK is applying AI in practical broadcast operation, with a particular focus on speech synthesis. Looking ahead, we aim to achieve these goals. As we move forward, we will continue to promote the use of AI in broadcasting by balancing innovation with human oversight, safety, and accountability. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We've heard a lot about Japanese precision, but here we have it in the media. I'm sure there are a lot of possibilities for collaboration and to get some support. Our next speaker is Laziz from Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. Dear participants, distinguished colleagues, dear Secretary General of ABU Ahmed Nadim, dear CEO of BBC Dorji Tashi. First of all, let me, on behalf of National TV and Radio Company of Uzbekistan, once again express our gratitude for hosting us and gather all these good people here in Bhutan. Thank you. So today's my topic will be related to both the first and the second day's agenda topic and the relevance of holding such summit. Environmental issues and the challenges, RLC, the role of media in covering and important actions taken by the Uzbek government together with international partners. So, our core message, the MTRK Uzbekistan does not merely report on the environment and RLC. We shape the nation's ecological constitutions and carry region's agenda to the world. This is exactly what ABU Summit calls for. RLC, the largest environmental catastrophe of 20th century. 90% of loss of water volume in 50 years. Almost 69,000 of square kilometers of exposed seabed, Aralkum Desert. 60 million people in the ecological risk. And 150,000 of tons of salt carried by wind annually. MTRK Uzbekistan at forefront. The dedicated programs. So how the Uzbekistan national channels serve the environment. The dedicated programs regulated environmental segments on several TV channels, the state one. Documentary films, which accounts about the Aral. Live coverage, field reports from IFS events, successful planting campaign and ecosystem restoration sites. International content syndication with broadcasting unions and partners, broadcasters across Central Asia and Asia-Pacific Union. Digital platforms, eco-content on social media, podcasts, and live-streamed environmental campaigns. AI in eco-journalism, climate data monitoring, automated emergency alerts, AI-assisted fact-checking. The flagship programs are on the 5 our state channels. On the Dunya Buylab, it's a point on the map. The Yoshlar TV channels give us the Eco Generation, the YOS program. Uzbekistan 24 analytical channel gives us documentary series about the Aral. Uzbekistan TV channel about the Yashil Makon green space, and then Mahala TV about the Bizni Tabiat, our nature. Uzbekistan and the world, the initiatives and the international partnerships. The Yashil Makon is 1 million trees, 1 billion trees that was planted in 3 years. IFS International Fund for the RLC, the RLC Green Belt Initiative, renewable energy target of 25% by 2030. And you can see on the right corner the international partners, UN, UNDP, UNESCO, World Bank, SCO, CIS, UNDP. Result that speaks for themselves. MTRK's measurable contribution to Uzbekistan's and regional environmental agenda. More than 500 media items per year. 30 million of viewers internal. 30 international partners and 8 eco-journalism awards. The future belongs to media with a conscience. The first, the regional environmental media hub that we are working at, the platform for eco-content exchange among Central Asian broadcasters. AI in environmental journalism. The field reports, AI-powered climate data monitoring and automated alerts. Youth engagement. Youth journalists, the Ecomega media schools, fellowships, and video reporting competitions. AI and the future. The RLC region demonstrates how artificial intelligence can bridge environmental monitoring, early warning systems, and the public service broadcasting, helping communities become more resilient, natural and ecological challenges. So here you can see the Uzbekistan contribution to overcoming consequences of the RLC disaster and improving the environmental situation in the RLC region. On May 18, 2021, at the plenary meeting of the 75th session of UN General Assembly, at the proposal of President of Uzbekistan Shavkat Mirziyoyev, a special resolution was unanimously adopted to declare the RLC region a zone of ecological innovation and technology. Moreover, Uzbekistan intends initiative a special UN General Assembly resolution on declaring RLC region as zone of environmental innovations and technologies. A large-scale program to regreen the dried bed of the RLC. Over 2 million hectares of protective forests, primarily made up of saxaul and other desert plants, have been created on the RLC bed. Over 2 million hectares of the dried bed have been surveyed and mapped for the ecosystem restoration. A wide range of measures has been implemented for infrastructure, ecology, and social spheres. Here on the slide you can see the international cooperation and the international recognition, the work of medias, the work of our partners about the RL and about the situation. When the media speaks about the environment, nations listen. When the MTRK covers the RLC, the world sees the truth. When the media use AI responsibly, lives are saved. So this picture was taken in Karakalpakstan, Republic of Uzbekistan, and called Ship Cemetery. I was there in 2014. Now, the audience, thank you, and let me please to present you and your attention to prepare the video about the Aral initiatives of Uzbek government. Please. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. That was a very moving last piece there, right? And it reminds us of how precious every little body of water there is in Bhutan especially, okay? All right, our last speaker, Zaid, lives in Istanbul. Zaid, it's over to you. We have just enough time for your presentation and then maybe one last quick question with everyone. All right, Zaid?
Good. Thank you so much. You can hear me well, right? My sound is coming?
Yes, we can hear you, and we see your slides
Good.
too.
Good. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for giving us this chance, and thanks for ABU. I'm joining us from Istanbul. My name is Zaid. I am a senior data scientist working in TRT in the digital news coordinations. Today, we will try to show you some real AI systems that how we ship the AI in the newsrooms. And we will show you what's the agentic newsroom means. So before that, we need to understand what currently our situation, where we operate, and where we stand. Currently in the TRT digital newsroom is acting into 45 different channels, 45 different languages, with over 1 billion monthly views on the social media. So taking this number in consideration, taking these languages, different, even local languages, into the considerations, AI is not anymore as an experiment in our side. It will be the math itself approving the production level and credibility level of the AI. So I remember last year I joined the ABU in November in Sri Lanka. I was sharing the visions and some insights from the AI sectors. It's about that we are moving forward to the multi-agent system. So today we will try to show you some cases about these multi-agent systems and where we are heading to. If we can say that AI have three different areas that we live in it. First, starting from the tool area, the tool that you ask him, he will answer, calculator or search or translator. Moving to the next, which is the agents that you set the goal, he will do the task with a list of available tools. The visions that we will have the digital employees, which is an AI agents, will not wait for a goals or let's say an orders. He will act, he will do the brief, he will come to you with the outputs. Most of the newsroom currently in the world are in the area 1. In the TRT now, we're already in the area 2, and we have some applications in the area 3. So the first case that I would like to share with you today, the presentation will be short. We will show you some cases. Our CMS, the content management systems that we have using in the TRT, we already integrated the AI inside it. It can do the auto-completion for you, not a normal auto-completion. We talking about something guardrails, knowing your languages and the audience. We have semantic search. It can found for you any footage from any media that live in the TRT media center, and with the headlines, with the metadata, with the social variations. It will generate it for you within a second. And we are talking about reducing the manual of less writing work within more than 40% actually. One of the key concepts here is also it's about that we have 45 different languages, so one language can take an input or an article from the other languages. Case number 2, we would like to share with you that some AI agents that we built for analytical parts. Every one of us know that there is a process of you are going to, let's say, your reporting team, your BI team, or your data team, asking them for analytics, for reports, for dashboards, for different levels, from management to producers, even to the, let's say, the on-the-ground team. So now we have built the production level that you can ask him within a second. He will answer you not only a reporting, it's not only about findings or understand your situation. It will evaluate, give you predictions, draw the lines for you, graphs and tables when you need. So we are using the editorial team times into the storytelling rather than looking for, let's say, data gatherings or detecting what's happening about, let's say, specific language topics or media. Case number 2, which is the trend detectors. Imagine you have an employee that never sleep and it's take care of the time zone difference. As I mentioned, we have 45 languages. We have languages in USA, we have language in the far point in Asia. So the time difference is very important. So it will detect the trends for you or the topic before becoming the stream or the trends. So the journalist will be able to catch the trend even before it's being in the best case. So this one gives us the advantages over the competitions. You can say there is a signal, it will give you signals, agents will flag it, and will turn notification to the editorial decision session. And the poor case, which is like how we are now integrating the AI into the video live streams. Every one of us know that we are living now in the short form area, which is like TikTok, short YouTube, or Instagram Reels, and these types. So to catch up the trends, also integrate an AI automated platforms that clip the seconds and even detect the speakers, detect the camera, and let's say if there is an emergency or it's a live cuts, it will detect it from live broadcast. It will fully automate it to publish it into all social media, into different languages, and even we give it rules that we have specific programs will be published in the specific schedule, it will do it. This case, sorry, I need to keep this case in your mind since now we are living in the World Cup area. It's very important that we use it in the World Cup. So how all of these cases are acting in the TRT to helping in the emergency operations and the editorial 24-hour plus 7 availabilities. We have the detectors, we have the verifier, because we need to check trusted sources, misinformations, and validations. Then we will translate it into different languages to be able to alert the system either to clip automatically the videos or even generate the articles. But here, there is a critical point that humans are in the loop everywhere. And there is a validation, there is a labeling. What will be the next? As I told you last year in the ABU, I shared the information about the agentic multi-agent systems that now we are living on it. And I shared the agentic newsroom that I'm now showing it. I will tell you that the next is the full employee, digital employee, that you have someone who will, as I mentioned, monitor, decide, act, and repeat. So you have the watch disk that never sleep, and you have the verification editor that never blinks or take naps. You have the unified AI hub, you have the conversations news, video intelligence, and personalization. This will lead you for the increasing in the performance. Well, all these cases are fancies, are good. We are improving the performance and the people life, but keeping in mind the ethics and the regulations part. Let's say if AI make a mistake and the article is going live, who will be blame the editorial disk or the AI itself? And who will take the cost of the money and the energy that AI is consuming? And what will happen? This is the most effective question. What will happen to the people that replacing by the AI pipeline? First of all, I need to answer that we are not replacing anyone. We are just increasing the performance of the people. Second, according to the research and surveys, even officially from the EBU, nearly half of the chatbots now that using for news research and short answers is misleading or misrepresenting the news. So this is a key factor for the broadcasters and AIs or the news media to be the trusted AI layers. What mean that you should have your own protocol that label, and you have the trust, and you have your infrastructure in case of these big AI players trying to cut some services. So the interfaces is changing. As you mentioned, I hear that during the conferences, we are going from radio to TV, but now the new interface is a chatbot. So we need to adopt on it. if you would like to start from today to follow the trend or become an AI enabled, or that someone is towarding the agentic newsroom, you should do 3 key steps that we do already. With like there is a lot of steps, but the key major steps, like you should embed your, let's say, data scientist team or AI teams into the editorial team. Do not isolate them, because we need to understand how the journalist is thinking, how's the guidelines, what their mistakes, what's the issue, what is their pain points. Then you should choose one of them, pilot it, get the credentiality, understand the system and the capability. Then, of course, you should have the rules and the guidelines and the labels. Last, I would like to finish my presentation with the following, that AI is running the pipeline, but the journalist is running the newsroom. I'm more than happy to share with you more thoughts and happy to hear from you if you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Zaid. Thank you. That's really good to know that one practical advice, write the rules first. So we really have to think about ethics, governance, regulations, write the rules first. We don't have much time, but I'm going to request that we eat 2-3 minutes into the next session. There's so much, such rich content. Yes, I'm going to just open up the floor to our 5 speakers. They have up to 45 seconds each to say their last 1 point, all right? Yeah, there won't be time because the next session is going to be starting, and you know, there's going to be a tea break. So we're going to eat 5 minutes into this, all right? So maybe we can start with Zaid first and go this way. Would that be all right, Zaid? 45 seconds, 1 main point or any lesson that struck you from our discourse this afternoon? Something you take away?
AI is not replacing the peoples. We still have the control of the steering seat. This is what I would like to say. We need to think about the regulations, the footprints of the climate that we have affecting by the AI, the energy that we are consuming. But again, we need to be the trusted AI layer, because as I mentioned, and I see it from other also speakers' points, it's very critical that interfaces is changing, but we should adapt to it.
Thank you. You did say the interface is changing, but the mission doesn't. Yes, Laziz.
Exactly.
These 2 days, we have studied the experience of different broadcasters. At the same time, we believe that AI should support, but not replace, professionals in media, journalists, and experts. Otherwise, only by combining AI and innovative technologies, innovations, and international cooperation, we can strengthen climate resilience and build a safer future for our communities and the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I was really impressed by the message that AI will not replace journalists, and I strongly agree with that idea. I believe AI will continue to evolve rapidly, and the way media organizations use AI will also keep changing. As AI take over more of the annoying, demanding tasks that traditionally been done by people, I think humans will have more opportunities to focus on creative, innovative work. At the same time, this also means that we need to keep asking ourselves what we can do, what unique value we can bring, and how we should continue to grow in this changing environment. That part really stayed with me. Today's presentation was very inspiring, and it encouraged me to keep reflecting on my own role as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I learned so much in the last 2 days about AI. The discussion was great. All the expertise are incredibly smart and intelligent and professional. But today I would like to say that AI has the potential to transform emergency communication, but its effectiveness depends on accuracy, ethics, and the people behind it. And last thing I want to say that many developing countries like Indonesia and the other countries in Southeast Asia, they use limited AI as limited resources. We just need to find the practical and the most effective, cost-effective solution to use AI in broadcasting to develop resilience in broadcasting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are two aspects to this AI issue. I think one we've been discussing over the last 2 days, which is how media can use AI for reporting, climate reporting and all of that. But I think as media houses, though I'm from a print background and this is a broadcast kind of forum, I think we need to think about what's happening in you have this college convocations or graduation ceremonies happening all across USA, Harvard, Yale, and all of that. And whenever any speaker like Google's Sundar Pichai or some other tech gurus come on the campus and mention AI in their speech, graduation speech, you always hear a loud boo. They go boo, you know. And I think I think media houses have to now think of not only how we use AI in the newsroom, but also what impact AI is already having in the job market among the youth. Because a lot of the jobs that are there today will not be there tomorrow for the younger generation. Again, I point to the students in the back. I think by the time they graduate from college, the job market is going to be very different. And let's be perfectly honest, I mean, capitalism is all about greed. So more output with less people is going to be the future. So I think, like I mentioned in my presentation, one of the big impacts of AI is going to be job displacements. Like for example, in the newsroom, I think we are being a bit diplomatic here, over-diplomatic here. We will be requiring less people. Like in the newspaper industry, for example, we have this specialized position called, sub-editors, whose only job is to sit in the newsroom and edit stories. They are no longer required now. One software can replace all of them, you know. So I think similarly, editors and a lot of the technical jobs are going to be replaced. Reporters will not be replaced for now, until like agentic good enough comes along. We might be reduced in numbers. So I think we have to really think of the impact of AI in terms of not only how to use AI, but also the huge impact that is having on society around us in governance. And there are a lot of positives, negatives. So I think how we report on AI becomes as important as how we use AI in the newsroom.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all our speakers here for sharing. We have tea break, so please pose the questions. And for Zaid, if there are questions for him, you have the group comment. You can share it on that. So until then, thank you. And please keep reflecting, keep questioning, and keep exercising your critical judgment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everyone. Zaid, please stay with us for a while for the group photo. Thank you, Zaid. Thank you, panelists. So now we will have a very short break because the last session is very important session, which consists of 2 parts. And the first part will be the online launch of WMO report for Asia region. So please come back. We start sharp 3:30. Thank you so much. So I think we would just start online. They all come online. Yeah. And then we can, and then once they finish, you will. Yeah, fine. Alex is there. Yeah, great. Okay. So do I have to sit up there for the first one? No, maybe I can just building an intelligent media ecosystem for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction. And so we will have two parts. First part will be led by World Meteorological Organizations with the State of Climate in Asia report launching session for 45 minutes. They will do it online. And after that, we will have a dialogue and commitment session to building an intelligent media ecosystem for climate resilience and DRR, led and moderated by Janet from UNDRR. But first I would like to invite Janet on the stage so she can introduce our colleagues from the World Meteorological Organization. Can we have them online, please? Thank you. Yeah, they're all there.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, and welcome to all our panelists online. We're the last session today, rounding off the two very exciting days and right before the gala this afternoon. So bear with us because we have a very exciting, interesting session coming up for you. As Nargiza said, my only job at the moment is to introduce to you Ben Churchill, who's the Regional Director of WMO in Asia and Pacific, who will take us through the first half of the session. Ben, over to you.
Thank you very much, Janetta and Nargiza, of course, for the warm introduction. Can you all hear me? I just want to check. I think so. I'll
yes,
proceed.
we can.
Great. Thank you. Well, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, welcome one and all to to the launch event for the State of the Climate in Asia 2025 report, which, as you may know, is a flagship publication of the World Meteorological Organization, which from now on I will refer to as WMO. As introduced, my name is Ben Churchill, and I'm the Director of the WMO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, which is based in Singapore, and that's where I'm joining you from today. So thank you to all participants joining us both in the room in Bhutan and online from the various parts of Asia, whose 35 WMO member countries form our regional association too, and of course from anywhere around the world that you may be joining. First of all, let me profusely thank the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, APU, for the opportunity to launch this important report during its 10th Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention, during this special session from Science to Commitment, Building an Intelligent Media Ecosystem for Climate Resilience and Disaster Risk Reduction. I don't think we could have thought of a title that's more appropriate. This is not by chance, this is by design. WMO knows full well that the media plays such a critical role in communicating and translating the science and the weather and climate information services derived from it to the various users. We really appreciate this opportunity to transmit the report's key messages directly to the journalists who can disseminate and amplify them immediately and to where it counts the most. Climate change continues to accelerate in Asia, posing an existential threat to many countries and driving significant and unprecedented extreme events across the entire region. Asia remains the most disaster-impacted region, with most of these disasters triggered by climate-related hazards. Floods and storms continue to cause most disaster-related deaths and economic damages and affect the largest number of people. At the same time, the impact of drought and an increasing number of heat waves, both on land and in the oceans, is also severe. In this context, the State of the Climate in Asia 2025 report is an effort to bridge the gaps between climate science and disaster risk management through evidence-based policy proposals. It is the result of a collaboration between national meteorological and hydrological services of the WMO members in the region and beyond, the WMO Secretariat, and other United Nations entities. This report and the 5 annual reports that preceded it would not have been possible without the incredible work of the experts from these services and their collaboration with partners, including regional climate centres, scientific institutions, and partners such as the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP, the Food and Agricultural Organization, or FAO, or the World Food Programme. The regional state of climate reports, together with the global state of the climate reports, are annual WMO publications that provide details on climate indicators such as temperature, precipitation, sea surface temperature based on international standards in the form of easy to understand figures, graphs, and text. They inform policy and decision makers and society in general about the climate variability and related weather and climate events of the previous year. Their impacts placed in their long-term climatic context, along with information about climate action based on information from credible and authoritative sources, will raise awareness of the urgency to act. WMO with its partners will continue to invest in raising climate ambition and accelerating the implementation of sound policies and actions. This includes the implementation of the Early Warnings for All initiative in the region, and I think you all know that very well. I understand it has been discussed yesterday and is woven into the agenda of this summit as a key adaptation and risk reduction measure. In a moment, the two lead authors of the report will share the key findings. After that, you'll hear the perspectives from two of our United Nations partners, and this will be followed by a short Q&A session if time permits. But before that, we have the opportunity to hear opening remarks from the Deputy Secretary General of WMO, who I believe is joining us online from Geneva. And I just want to check if she is online.
I am here. Can you hear me, Ben?
Great. Thanks, Co. We can hear you. Great to have you. Really happy that you could join us. If you allow me, I'd just run through a very short introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Co Barrett, who joins us, was appointed as the WMO Deputy Secretary General in January 24 and began her mandate on the 1st of April 2024. Before joining WMO, Co served as Senior Advisor for Climate at the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, where she provided strategic advice to enable this agency to align and extend its climate services. In 2015, Co was one of the first women elected to serve as Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, a role she held until July 2023. She helped build consensus across the organisation, championed the Special Report on Oceans and Cryosphere, chaired the Gender Action Team, and led the Science Board for the Scholarship Program, supporting scientists from developing countries. Co served for 5 years as Deputy Assistant Administrator for NOAA's research programs after more than a decade in leadership roles within NOAA's Climate Program Office. Prior to NOAA, Co directed the Global Climate Change Program at USAID, overseeing climate work in over 40 countries. So with those words, Co, DSG, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, colleagues, dear friends. It's really a pleasure to be with you today for the launch of the WMO State of the Climate in Asia 2025 report. And I'm especially pleased to do so during the 10th Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union Media Summit on Climate Action and Disaster Prevention. That's a mouthful, because the media's role is really essential in ensuring that the report's findings reach decision makers, communities, and those that need this information most. So this report builds on the findings of the WMO State of the Global Climate 2025 report released earlier this year. Globally, atmospheric CO2 concentrations reached record levels in 2024, and 2025 was the second or the third warmest year on record, depending on the data set. Ocean heat content reached a new record high in 2025 as glaciers and ice sheets continued to lose mass at alarming rates. So why does this matter? Well, it matters because the impacts of a changing climate are no longer a distant threat. They are part of our daily lives, increasingly felt through changes in extreme weather, such as more frequent and intense heat waves. And this is particularly true for Asia, which continues to warm faster than the global average and is one of the regions most exposed to weather, climate, and water-related hazards. In 2025, Asia experienced one of its warmest years on record. Extreme rainfall brought devastating floods to parts of South and Southeast Asia, while prolonged drought affected areas of West and Central Asia. Pakistan, Vietnam, and Sri Lanka all suffered significant human and economic losses from extreme weather events. At the same time, all monitored glaciers in high mountain Asia continued to lose mass, raising concerns for long-term water security, while record ocean heat coupled with accelerating sea level rise increased risks for coastal communities across the region. Now, you will hear much more about many of these findings shortly from several of the lead authors of the report who will be joining us, as Ben just said. However, this report does more than just document climate conditions and trends. It also demonstrates how climate information can support decision makers and disaster risk reduction experts through practical examples from across the region. So I'll give you a few. In Sri Lanka, post-disaster reviews and assessments are helping to strengthen the entire early warning system by identifying lessons learned and opportunities for improvement. In China, timely warnings and coordinated action ahead of severe rainfall helped reduce impacts and save lives, a powerful reminder that early warnings are among our most effective tools for protecting people, livelihoods, and economies. Yet every early warning, and indeed every climate indicator highlighted in this report, begins with Earth observation data. From surface observation stations to satellites to ocean buoys, observations provide the foundation to forecast tomorrow's weather and predict climate phenomena such as El Nino months in advance. WMO has confirmed that it is time to prepare for an El Nino in the coming months. Early warnings can help countries across Asia anticipate risks, take early action, and better protect lives and livelihoods. So this report is a testament to the power of science, a testament to the power of observations and data to support informed decisions, save lives, and build resilience. But it also reminds us that more must be done. We must continue to invest in Earth observations, strengthen climate services, close early warning gaps, and advanced impact-based forecasting so that actionable information reaches every community. Before closing, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of the contributors to this report, including our members in Regional Association 2, regional climate centers, global producing centers, and expert teams on climate services and cryosphere and high mountain services. And also, of course, all of our many UN partners, including SCAP, FAO, WFP, and the UNFCCC. With that, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks for having the time to talk.
Ben, your microphone is off.
Thank you for that. And that's what teamwork is all about. Thank you so much, Leila. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Co for those informative, inspiring, I would say constructive words. I would now like to introduce our two lead authors as promised, without whom this publication would not have been possible. And I really do mean that. They're both active members of our WMO Regional Association 2 for Asia, the expert team on climate services to be specific. So I'd like to briefly introduce them, starting with Dr. Peikun Zhang, who is joining us online from Beijing. Dr. Peikun Zhang is from the China Meteorological Administration, or CMA. His career has been marked by significant contributions to short-term climate prediction and climate variability research for more than 25 years. At the National Climate Centre and Beijing Climate Centre of CMA, he serves as the coordinator of the Forum on Regional Climate Monitoring, Assessment and Prediction for Asia, we know that as FOCRA, activities at the BCC, which is also a designated WMO Regional Climate Centre. Since 2021, he has contributed as one of the co-lead authors to the annual State of the Climate in Asia reports. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Zhang first. Actually, before I do, I'll just introduce Dr. Sridhar as well. So they're both introduced. So the second part of the slides were presented by Dr. Sridhar OP, joining us from Pune in India. Dr. Sridhar has been serving as a senior climate scientist at the Pune Regional Climate Centre of the India Meteorological Department since 2003. He leads the Climate Monitoring and Prediction Group there and serves as the coordinator of the South Asia Climate Outlook Forum, or SASCOF, at the Regional Climate Centre in Pune. Since 2021, he has contributed as a lead author to the State of Climate in Asia report with a key focus on South Asian monsoon, tropical cyclones over the North Indian Ocean, and extreme weather events. So over to you, my brilliant lead authors. Together, between you, you have a total of 20 minutes, but we might just keep that very, very tight, maybe 15, just to keep on time. But please, over to you. Thank you for sharing the slides, Claire.
Okay, shall I first speak for the first 9 slides? Hello, my voice is okay?
Yes, we can hear your voice. We'll just move to the next slide.
Okay, thank you. So hello, everybody. I'm Pei-Chun Zhang from CMA, presenting the State of the Climate in Asia 2025, a WMO report produced with 70 members, 31 experts, and 10 institutions. And over the next 20 minutes, we'll walk through temperature trends, ocean changes, cryosphere losses, and extreme events that shape the life of billions across this western region. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. Globally, 2025 was the second or third warmest year on record at 1.43 degrees Celsius above the 1850 to 1900 baseline. 9 independent datasets, Berkeley Earth, NASA GISTM, GRA3Q, converge on this conclusion. The hockey stick curve is unmistakable, stable until the 1980s, then rapid warming. Meanwhile, CO2, CH4, and N2O concentration continue to rise, committing us to further warming even under aggressive mitigation. Next slide, thank you. In Asia, 2025 was the fourth warmest year at 0.96 degrees Celsius above the 1991 to 2020 average. Multiple datasets confirm this. Interannual variability, El Nino spikes, La Nina dips, is superimposed on the trend, but the direction is clear. The 2020s are emerging as the warmest decade on record. Next slide, please. The annual temperature anomaly map shows the special fingerprint. Siberia and northern China exceed 2 degrees Celsius. Arctic amplification, Japan and Korea show strong warming linked to record heat wave. The West India and Arabian Peninsula saw near normal temperatures due to the La Nina onset. So this heterogeneity drives diverse impacts. Glacial melt in the north, drought in the west. Next, please. And from the precipitation quantifier show profound contrast. Dark green, India, Southeast Asia, Siberia were in the whitest 10%, triggering floods. Brown, Central Asia, the Middle East, Northwestern China were in the driest 10%, facing drought. These wet and dry extremes are consistent with expectation of a warming climate where atmospheric moisture increased, but its distribution become more uneven. Next, please. Yeah, Asia's oceans tell a troubling story across 3 indicators. Acidification, the pH reached record low in the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and the tropical Indian Ocean. declining pH, stress, shell forming, oxides, and coral reefs that underpin marine food webs. The sea surface temperature down slightly from 2024's record, but still within the historically high range. The baseline has shifted. What we now consider core were exceptionally warm 2 decades ago. Ocean heat content reached a new record in 2025. Unlike surface temperature, this integrates warming over depth and time. It is a thermometer of Earth's energy imbalance. Next, please. And the sea level rise is certain and irreversible. The northern Indian Ocean rises at 4.9 millimeter per year. The crucial region east of Japan at 6 millimeter per year, both faster than the global mean. The symbols show where ocean heat content maximum, SST maximum, and pH minimum clustered in 2025. The Western Pacific and North India Ocean are regions of compounded marine stress. For coastal populations from Mumbai to Manila, these millimeters accumulated into extensionally stress. Next, please. And marine heat waves were a defining feature of 2025. Over 10 million kilometers square were affected in July, August, nearly the entire Asian Ocean domain. Extreme events dominated the Sea of Japan, East China Sea, and the Western Pacific. These are ecological disasters. Crucial bleaching altered fissures, harmful algal blooms, intensify cyclone potential. Marine ecosystems have nowhere to refuge from thermal stress. Next, please. Yeah. The cryosphere news is sobering. All 23 monitoring glaciers in high mountain Asia lost mass in 2025. Losses exceed 2,000 millimeters water equivalent in the Tian Shan and Pamir. Drivers above average temperature and below average winter snow. The snow deficit reduced the albedo protection. The heat accelerated the melt. The high mountain Asia is the water tower for over 2 billion people. India's Ganges, Brahmaputra, Yangtze, Yellow River. Short-term enhanced melt increased flood rates, as seen in 2025's Glacier Lake outburst floods. The long-term water security become precarious as glacier retreat. Uniform loss across all 23 sites signals a regional cryosphere crisis. Okay, I will stop here. The floor over to my colleague, Srijit.
Thank you, Dr. Shang. We've just learned that Dr. Srijit isn't able to join us just at the moment. In this instance, would you mind just continuing with the following slides?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Please, next slide. Yeah, the major climate drivers focus on three drivers. Shifted 2025, La Nina onset from July, altering monsoon and cyclone patterns. An active Indian Ocean dipole, though its regional impact was muted, and an early active monsoon reaching the Andaman Sea by mid-May. The interplay of these drivers created the complex mosaic of extremes we will now examine. Next, please. Yeah, that's extreme events overview map. 2025 brought cascading extremes across the region. The Central Asia record heat in Kazakhstan, 2.6 million hectares burned in Russia's Trans-Baikal wildfire. South Asia, monsoon floods killed more than 1,000 Pakistan, 2 million needed assistance. Northern China, July-August rainfall reached 160% of average. East Asia, Japan, China, Korea had their hottest summer on record, and Korea largest wildfires in history. And Vietnam, prolonged flood, and West Asia, major sandstorm in April affecting Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE. The next slide, please. As to tropical cyclones, the Northwest Pacific saw 27 cyclones, slightly above average, mostly weak. The most intense were Ragasha, crossing the Philippines and making landfall in southern China. In the North Indian Ocean, 4 cyclones were close to average or relatively weak. But as we will see, intensity isn't everything. Next, please. And according to our case study about the tropical cyclone Ditwa, Cyclone Ditwa in Sri Lanka exemplify the new phase of tropical cyclone risk, classified at only 65 km/h winds, barely tropical storm strength, yet it caused catastrophic impacts, including the 10% of annual rainfall in 24 hours, 640 deaths, 2 million displaced, 4% of Sri Lanka's GDP lost. So slow movement and terrain interaction amplified rainfall. This will underscore the need for impact-based forecasting, not category-based warning. A weak storm on paper can be a disaster in reality. The next, please. In April 2025, a major sandstorm swept across Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and UAE. Such events are increasing in frequency and special extent due to land degradation, drought, and circulation changes, adding respiratory health risk and economic disruption to already stressed population. The next, please. And the terrestrial extremes were dominated by heat, drought, and fire. Bahrain's saw 10 consecutive days above 40 degrees Celsius. Kazakhstan recorded its highest temperature over Japan. China and Korea had their hottest summer. Iran suffered year-round drought, with spring rainfall 44% below normal. The wildfire wreaked from Russia to Korea. The fire season is lengthening and the area burned is increasing. consistent with a warming, drying climate. Next, please. On the west side, the South Asia's monsoon flooding affected Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Pakistan alone, 1,000 died, 3 million needing assistance. North China saw rainfall at 160% of average. Vietnam's prolonged flood killed 200 plus and caused 1.9 billion in loss. This event illustrate non-stationary extreme precipitation. Infrastructure designed for historical climate is increasing overfilled. Next, please. A note of hope. The Liangshan flooding event in China, in a mountainous region vulnerable to flash flood, forecast-based early action evacuated 405 people from 113 households before disaster struck, zero casualty. This shows the loss of life is not inevitable. With timely warning, trusted communication, and prepared responders, even vulnerable communities can be protected. The challenge is scaling this succeed across high mountain East Asia. Next, please. Yeah, I will stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patron Chung, for running us through the findings of the State of Climate in Asia 2025. I'd also like to warmly welcome Dr. Srijith. Sorry you weren't able to join us until towards the end, but we pushed on. So thank you very much, Dr. Chung. So I'd now like to turn to our partners. As was mentioned, the State of the Climate reports always contain a number of case studies, which Dr. Shang has just taken you through. These not only zoom into some of the most extreme events and their impacts, but also into how the governments and their local partners have prepared for and responded to these events, and particularly how the United Nations have supported them. So for this report, as you saw, we chose as one of the 2 case studies, Tropical Cyclone Ditwa, which, as you heard, wreaked havoc across Sri Lanka last year. So in terms of partners, I'd like to start with a representative of a long-standing and key partner of WMO in the region and broadly Asia-Pacific region. And this is the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, or ESCAP. Ms. Leila Salapur Gudazi is an Associate Economic Affairs Officer at ESCAP's Disaster Risk Reduction Section, where she's working on key publications such as the Asia-Pacific Disaster Reports, impact-based forecasting, GIS decision support systems, etc., all in the context of disaster and climate resilience. Leila holds a PhD from Binghamton University in the US. So I'd like to hand over to you now, Leila. You have about 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Thanks, Leila.
So much, Ben. Greeting, colleagues. I'm going to keep it short since our previous presenter had some discussion related to this topic. But if I can maybe just show one quick slide from this basically presentation. So I just wanted to share a little bit of a basically background and kind of a story related to the tropical cyclone Ditwa in Sri Lanka. Now, as the colleague mentioned, basically, if we look at the, normal information about Ditwa, it was within the category of a normal average event, while looking at the actual impact that it had, it was quite severe for Sri Lanka. And interesting enough, on the right side, you can see the track of the cyclone. Actually, the parts that basically were impacted by the wind directly were not the only parts that face disaster and issues in Sri Lanka, because of the structure of the wind and rain and the terrain in the country with the slope and all, and the level of the rain that happened within a very, very short amount of time, within that period of 24 hours, having like 10% of the annual total non-stop kind of rain, it caused a lot of challenges. So that brings the kind of the problem that traditional forecasts that normally was used in many of the countries that we're dealing with are not good enough. And I just want to mention that I was actually planned to go to Sri Lanka during this event, and then all of our activities got delayed for quite some time because of the cyclone itself, and then post recovery work that needed to be done in the country. Now, when we are looking at some of the gaps and challenges, I think a big part of it, because there were a lot of successful work, there were a lot of basically initiatives and work that allowed evacuation of the public, but at the same time there were some gaps in communication in local languages and in timely providing information in the country. And considering the kind of perspective of the issue, like looking at the mountainous area and the impact that it had in terms of rain, I think it really kind of brings the importance of early warning systems and how we need to do a study, kind of in-depth look at the situation in Sri Lanka and see what are the gaps and challenges that allows us to really look at forecasts, understand what is the situation, and turn it to action with the correct communication through initiatives like early warning for all or other type of activities that could really help providing a roadmap of how to build and prepare in a very fundamental way for a long-term kind of solution. And it also brings the importance of impact-based forecasting, because as I mentioned, traditional approach is really not enough in this kind of situation. We have to understand the challenges that something like cyclone, cascading impacts that it can bring, like rain, especially in the context of mountain areas or spaces that might have some more kind of complicated modeling. And I think even last year in the report, the State of Climate report, we discussed glacier issues. The same kind of context really holds here as well, understanding the teleconnection, understanding the subsequent kind of impact becomes very, very important in this scenario and this situation. I'm going to stop here and hand it over to our other colleague from Sri Lanka to present more about, I think, this specific event. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leila, for sharing your perspective, your insights, your recommendations, and also for highlighting I guess the issue with cascading risks, but also the value of impact-based forecasting. We've noted that and really good to draw our attention to, I guess, the importance of learning from disaster so we can improve our response for next time. So as Leila indicated, I'd now like to turn to another important partner, the Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, with whom we're working on various projects under Early Warnings for All, and as members of the Asia Pacific Technical Working Group on Anticipatory Action. So introducing Mr. Winson Nyanathipan, who is the Anticipatory Action Coordinator at the FAO office in Sri Lanka. Winson has been involved in the anticipatory action and response during and after Cyclone Ditwa. FAO has just finalised a comprehensive review of the warning chain during this devastating event and, importantly, of the impacts, especially on the agricultural sector. So I'm going to hand over to you, Winson. You have a similar amount of time to Leila, but the floor is yours. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So, as been mentioned, after this Ditwa, FAO conducted a study on the performance of early warning systems relevant to agriculture, fisheries, livestock, and plantation sectors. So some of the key findings reveal that during Ditwa we had a strong forecasting but weak impact translation. So the forecast, the Met Department has issued the forecast from 24th of November itself, but those are failed to translate it into the sector-specific impact forecast. So that's one of the key finding, and also the major gap in localized risk knowledge and the vulnerability maps. Most of the risk maps and risk information is available in the broader geographic level. So that needs. So that is another finding that we come across, and also the forecasting limitations. The most of the warning bulletins issued said that the forecast are predicted between 100 and 200 millimeter rainfall, but the actual rainfall in some areas exceeded 500 millimeter per day, and the cumulative is more than 1,000 millimeter during those periods. So that's so that is one of the challenge, and also the critical weakness in the last mile communication, because the most of these early warning dissemination channels are depend on the digital channels such as WhatsApp and mobile networks. So due to the power outages, so it was very much challenges encountered in the communication. And also the warnings are often technical, not multilingual. For in Sri Lanka, the communities, sometimes the messages are in the single language, sometimes messages in Tamil language, which single community doesn't understand. So there are some language issues as well in the early warning, and the early warnings are not linked to the anticipatory action. So though Met Department forecast is around 24th of November about this depression, but there are no proper systems to trigger these, trigger and activate the protocols, and also there's some of the finding reveal that some of the sectors like aquaculture sector, they need more lead time to make some early actions. So those are the kind of key findings that we find these during these evaluations. So overall finding in terms of early warning system is that early warning system is mostly technically robust, but the issue is how it operationally it's has some challenges. So we need to move towards the impact based early warning systems with clear actionable guidance, as well as a sector specific threshold and impacts. So most of the time, if you see the PDNA done after the DITWA, the agriculture and other productive sectors encountered nearly 20% of the loss and damages. So that we need some improvement, and also the high resolution sector specific the profiles needs to be developed, and also the forecasting needs to be strengthened. As I mentioned, the 100 between 100 to 200 millimeter rainfall kind of forecast won't work. So actual localized forecast needs to be improved, and also the dissemination system should be reliable and inclusive should be accessible to all, and the anticipatory action system should be institutionalized, and the decision making should be decentralized. For the moment, the DM system is currently centralized in Colombo, so it should be decentralized at the local level, where the community and the local actors can take their own decisions and that triggers the early actions based on the warning. So these are some key findings of our study in terms of agriculture and the fisheries sectors in terms of related to the performance of early warning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Winston, and thank you for sharing quite openly some of the key findings. Very consistent with ESCAP's analysis in terms of the need of impact-based warning, but adding, I guess, more depth in terms of the impacts on particular sectors and the need for a localized approach. Very good to hear that, you know, the systems by and large are effective, but there are some gaps still that remain in terms of operationalizing, making sure that the dissemination, communication, and action taken is appropriate. And I think it's really important, valuable for the community that we're talking with today, the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. I think they play an important role during a disaster and also after a disaster. For those who don't know, PDNA stands for Post-Disaster Needs Assessment. We often sort of stop the story after the event, and I think, you know, there's an opportunity for the media to sort of keep talking about it and keep it in, you know, front of mind as we work through the process of learning from these disasters and improving and building resilience going forward. So thank you to our colleagues from SCAP and FAO, and thank you also to our Deputy Secretary General for joining us, and to our lead authors, Dr. Shang and Shriyuth, for sharing your perspectives, your insights, making some very clear recommendations, and also just for taking us through the launch of the State of the Climate in Asia today. We do have a bit of time, I'm very pleased to say, so there's an opportunity now for some question and answers. But before I open up the floor, I really want to take the opportunity again to thank our hosts, the Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, all the members, all the participants, for enabling us, giving us this opportunity to launch State of the Climate in Asia for 2025. We hope it's been interesting so far and maybe stimulated some discussion. We're really happy to take some questions. We have our two lead authors here, our partners. The WMO colleagues are also here to take any questions that you may have from the floor. I'm not sure how that would be handled. Jeanette, maybe you or Nagisa could pass a microphone around, but we've just got a few minutes, and it would be really good to sort of, have a two-way exchange with ABU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ben, and all the colleagues from WMO. Let's give a round of applause for the report launch. Thanks very much. And I'd love to open the floor up for questions. Does anyone have any questions for the colleagues? It's not often you get such an esteemed panel of meteorologists and experts working on this topic in the same virtual room. So who would like to ask any questions? Perhaps I'd like to ask one, since I can take advantage of being on both sides of the fence here, Ben. I'd love to ask, over the last couple of days, we've talked a lot about the reduction in trust that we're seeing, both in the media, institutions more widely, and also in science. So I just wondered if you're feeling that in WMO, and how, and the other UN colleagues as well on the line, and how, if you've got any hints here, for anything that we can work together between yourselves and the media, because we're all very passionate about overcoming these challenges.
Thanks, Jeanette. I might kick off with that as Director of the WMO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. This is an issue that I'm very, very close to and watching it with interest. Certainly, you know, we're seeing evidence of a drop in trust in institutions, in governments. We're seeing in particular events in countries in our region where this has been a key cause of sort of more significant damage, people not taking action, just not, you know, putting their trust in the warnings and not responding accordingly. Without going into detail, I think as a general question, I think it's an issue, but I also think it's an opportunity for WMO, for our partners to work together to really lift science up, but also to look at other opportunities for building trust. You know, it's not all about science and getting it right all the time. I think we need to open up our minds to other possibilities, such as traditional knowledge, Indigenous knowledge, working more closely with our communities to find out what it is that they're missing, what sort of information do they need. Because I think, in essence, to build trust, you need to get it right, but you also need to admit when you don't get it right. And I think part of this process that we've been talking about in terms of learning from disasters, rather than pointing fingers, I think it's really important to be constructive and work together to improve. the way we operate, the way we work together. And I think there's also a key role, and sort of to throw this back to ABU, in partnership with ABU and the media to work together to rebuild trust in science through clear communication, through accurate information, dispelling myths, tackling misinformation and miscommunication and disinformation. So that just to get the ball rolling, but I'm really going to open it up to the experts. So whoever would like to jump in, I think we have another few minutes. This is a very interesting topic, a very relevant one as well. Layla, go ahead.
Maybe I just add a teeny tiny bit from my side. So I actually studied journalism for a very short period of time before coming for my graduate studies for the pure purpose of understanding how news works. And when I'm reading a piece of news, what type of information it's giving me. And I think it's really important to kind of ensure, like when communicating on, providing information, for example, to the media, to make sure that the background, the information is transparent, is complete. They understand where the information comes from. They understand when you're talking about, projection, you're talking about like long-term or short-term discussion. It's about prediction, not, certain kind of scenarios. And again, like it doesn't always have to be the most like pessimistic or most optimistic situation. It's about understanding what are the options or situations that are coming and then try to decide based on those elements. So SCAP is actually hosting a workshop next week for media colleagues, for young journalists to communicate some of the tools that we have to let them explore basically the information and decision support systems in different type of fields that we are providing, and try to really engage with them themselves directly and figure out where they can kind of find those information. So I think it's really important to kind of build up that communication. As Ben, you mentioned, a lot of times, when we talk about impact-based forecasting, when we talk about all of these activities that is ongoing, it's all about partnership communication. And I think that's like a very kind of important linkage, that the same way that we have to think about partnership and communication with the private sector, public sector, with our partners, the same way we have to really think about how media needs to be a part of this linkage and this chain, and be a partner rather than just an audience or just like as a tool for dissemination.
Thanks, Layla. Any other of our panelists want to jump in on this very relevant topic? Claire, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Ben, and hi everyone. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Claire. I'm coming from the WMO Secretariat and a member of the broader team who helps to put together these regional reports. And I'd really just like to thank you for that question, because it's something we all are really striving to work toward. And just to mention two quick things to build on what both Ben and Layla have already mentioned. So the first is that within all of our reports this year, we really are making an active effort to hear from all of our audience members, like Ben mentioned, to really get their feedback on how we can do better and how we can build trust. So I would just like to draw everybody's attention to the fact that we have a survey in the reports this year, and I'm happy to share the link in the chat, and hopefully that can get disseminated to folks on the ground at the conference as well. But that we'd really love to hear from you about how this information is relevant to you and how we could do better, as we're trying to reiterate these reports every single year. And the second is just to really draw your attention to the data sets and methods behind these reports. So the figures that you see are the compilations of many, many, many observations and data sets that we come together as a scientific community to try our best to compile into graphics, figures, and text that is understandable by the broader public, by the media. But there is quite a lot of information behind it that can feel a little bit inaccessible at times and a little bit complicated. And so what we've done this year is really tried to make an effort by creating a supplementary material to the reports. That's the data sets and methods document, which I'm also happy to share. And in so doing, we're really trying to make the science more accessible. And we're really trying to help show that this information is authoritative and show everything from where it comes from to why we're using the specific data sets, as well as what the limitations and the data gaps are, because we need to be, I think really something that we need to be really aware of in the scientific community is being honest about where there are gaps and where we do need to improve. So I would encourage you all to explore these supplementary materials, and please do respond to the survey. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Claire. And there's a bit of homework for all of you there. And I'll just finish. I've just been traveling in the region recently and saw some really good examples where the media is working closely with our members, i.e. National Meteorological Hydrological Services. One example in particular is in Japan. I know NHK is there in the room. Just, you know, when there's an event about to happen, the media rolls in, their cameras are all set up. But in addition to that, they're actually working closely with the meteorological experts to understand the phenomenon so they can actually communicate to their audiences in language that people really understand. So Dr. Srijith, thank you for putting your hand up. Good to see you, and thank you very much for your contribution to this important report. A few words from you on this topic. Thank you.
I think you might be muted, sir.
Now it is okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon to all, and thank you for the opportunity for this. The media is one of the bridge gap between the National Hydrological and Meteorological Service and the public. And we have to educate the media also frequently with all our terms and whatever new development is happening. We are continuously engaging with these media partners always. But nowadays, we have to be more careful about that social media also. They are sometimes they are misinterpreting many events like Super El Nino, and this year there is a chance for very strong El Nino event, but some social media we can see that Super El Nino, the new terms for that. But we have for that we have recently conducted media training for the workshops, and similar the terminology and other whatever latest technology what we are using, that we have to convey to all the media people, and that we will get that more strength in our whatever communication to public that we can achieve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Srijith. Very good points there, particularly on the social media side of things. And we need to get ahead of that. We need to tackle it, address it. Another example I came across recently was somebody in New Zealand, a different region, of course, very closely followed by the community, was basically trusted by the community, sort of out forecasting the Met Service in New Zealand. The Met Service just went and spoke to this person and educated them on the importance of their role in being a responsible citizen and working in partnership. So there are many ways to do this. So thank you for the question. I think we've got time for one, maybe two more questions.
No,
Jeanette.
thank you, Ben. We have to start the second part already. If
all right.
Yeah,
thank you. So if
according
I may
to
just
our schedule,
with a few words. Yeah, great.
But
Thank
we
you
can
for this
continue, of
opportunity.
course, discussions. Please stay online with us.
Thank you. Thanks very much, colleagues. And as Nagisa says, you're very welcome to stay to listen in. We're going to have a conversation that will try to bring everything together here, everything that we've heard over the last couple of days, but also focusing specifically on the topic of this session, which is from science to communication and how we build an intelligent media network together on this, an ecosystem for climate resilience and DRR. So I would now like to invite to the stage, please, Andrew McElroy, Senior Media Specialist from the Green Climate Fund, and Sunil, President of the Broadcast Engineering Society at the Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers in India, and Ahmed Nadeem, Secretary General, Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. And we have, I think I'll say there. And we've got online joining us Alexander Sayer, the Head of Media Branding and Visual Design from UNFCCC. Are you still with us, Alex? Oh, I think he disappeared.
Hello, good afternoon to Bhutan.
Great. Thank you very much. And maybe actually, We can start with you, Alex, online, because we're coming straight off the back there of the WMO climate report, well, the state of climate for the region. And maybe you could talk a little bit about what you're already doing to create an intelligent media ecosystem in the field of climate resilience.
Thank you very much, Janet, and thank you first to ABU of putting this item on the agenda. I think that's a very good sign for me, and thank you also personally to the Secretary General of the ABU for inviting me. Unfortunately, we have a conference ongoing here in Bonn, Germany, at our headquarters, a 2-week conference to prepare for the next big climate conference to take place later this year in Turkey. Coming back from the first session, I would say I'm representing the nexus on science and policy. At the UN's multilateral process on climate change, scientific data and evidence are what inform the political decision-making and enable governments to make the right choices for the future of this planet. At the same time, and we heard that before, information integrity has become a critical climate issue when misinformation or disinformation undermines trust in climate science. It can delay action, it distorts public understanding of risks, and weakens our collective response to climate change. And this is where the media has a uniquely important role. Broadcasters and journalists are not just communicators, they are trusted personalities, trusted intermediaries who help translate the complex scientific findings into information and into a language that people and decision makers can understand and where they can act upon. So building resilience ultimately depends on building trust. And that was also just mentioned in the segment before, that we have lost a lot of trust, and that's why we need together rebuild this. Early warnings, risk information, adaptation solutions, they can only be effective if people have access to accurate, credible, and timely information. An intelligent media ecosystem, Janet, that you put here in the center, is therefore not only about technology, it's about ensuring that science-based information reaches those who need it most. And that is, I think, where we have started identifying actually the challenge of establishing a network, establishing an ecosystem, finding partners to work together to tackle the problem. And that's why it is so important today to get the opportunity to speak to you, the ABU members, the broadcasters in Asia-Pacific region, and to be that partner, to play that role that we need to help us in providing that information, in particular now. Although on the global level, other important issues are always there, we all know that, but it is important that the topic of climate change is discussed. The challenges, we heard the scientific findings, but also the solutions. And the solutions are also key to provide positive messaging to your audiences all over Asia. We have a lot of problems. We know climate change, it's not moving fast enough, the solutions, but the solutions are there, and with good information, with a good network between us, I think we can make a difference.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to the room now. And Nadim, representing ABU, and we're talking a lot over the last couple of days, and especially in this session where we bring it all together, about working together. And how do you see ABU as really driving this initiative?
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Alex, for your comments. I had the chance to meet Alex, but before I start, I just wanted to thank Ms. Ko, Ben, and the colleagues for using this platform to launch the report. We really, really appreciate it. It's a wonderful communication and the wonderful information that you have shared with all of us here. We have a lot of our broadcast members here, and we really appreciate the work that you are doing. And just coming back to what Janet highlighted, I've had the privilege to be part of all the climate summits that we have organized through ABU. We became part of this process on the wake of the 2004 tsunami, Indian Ocean tsunami. We've done a lot during the past many years, 12 years of the summit. What brought the summit together was the work we did in 2011, 2012, that period, with UNESCO, doing some road shows in the region. And at that time, with the help of NHK colleagues, we thought that early warning was a matter of technology. That's the reason why I was involved in the project at that time, because I was working at the technical department of ABU at that time. But at the end of the 2-year road shows, we found out that it's not a technology measure. It's about coordination. It's the importance of coordinating with all the stakeholders, importance of bringing the message to the people in a way that they would understand. And to some extent, sad to say this, but at the same time, happy that we are continuing this work. Most of the discussions, the takeaways from this summit, the last 2 days, have really focused on that main concept again. Lack of communication, lack of impact-based communication being delivered to the right people at the right time, lack of stakeholder coordination. We have seen some of the examples here in the summit. So working on this for the past 15, 16 years and having the similar takeaways from the summit again is kind of sad, but at the same time it shows that there's a lot of work to be done and we need to work together, we need to continue this. The problem that we have in hand is multifold. It's not about one thing, it's not about a single stakeholder, it's not about the technology, it's not about using digital technology for something or doing the traditional radio or TV for dissemination. I think every available media has to be used because this is about saving lives. So we are not saying that, okay, one technology is gone. It's not about that. We need to be part of everything. We need everybody to be involved. We need to get the communities involved, community leaders. Maybe they are not very educated, but the way they communicate to the community is the way how it works. So this is what we have learned so far, and I think the takeaway for me is that we can't stop here. There's more work to be done. There's a lot of work to bring these people together. There's a lot of work to be done because people are changing. The positions, people change. And it's like we have to start from zero again. So that's the difficulty we have, but that's the reality of the situation. And I think I was just texting Nargiza while Ms. Leila and Winston were talking about Cyclone Ditwa in Colombo. It's the irony that the 9th Climate Summit was hosted by the national broadcaster in Sri Lanka. And this was from 25th to 27th of November, just in the middle of when the cyclone was coming towards Sri Lanka. And they organized the excursion for the participants on the 27th or 28th with no information about this cyclone. And this is the national broadcaster in Sri Lanka. So this is the situation on the ground. And they took us around actually. And at some point, because the rain was not stopping, they brought us back. So that's how it is. I'm not complaining about anything, but this is the reality of the situation. This is the broadcaster who should be communicating the message to the public, but I don't think they were aware of the situation. The importance of impact-based communication is very, 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 very real, and it needs to be communicated and understood by the people who are actually driving this. I feel that to some extent the people who are leading this do not have the understanding to that extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sunil, if we can come to you, we've just heard a little bit about the sort of non-technology side of the communication process, but maybe you can, representing the role of the technological sector here for us today on this panel, what do you see as the role of technology in this intelligent media ecosystem?
Okay, so when we speak about the disaster communication, we often focus on the message. But behind every life-saving message, there is a big chain, which is a technology chain. So I'll name a few. There are sensors, there are satellites, the data networks, the studios, the transmission systems, the mobile networks, the radio towers, backhauls, power supplies, and all. And most importantly, the last mile devices, which are meant to deliver that information. So if any of this fail, or if the chain fails, then the message does not reach the people who need it the most at the time of the disaster. That is number one. So therefore, the technology sector, it has got a very clear responsibility. We must ensure that emergency communication, which is coming out of this chain, is fast, reliable, inclusive, secure, and resilient. That is number one. Two, on the AI part, it gives us many new possibilities. So it can help interpret data, it can help detect the risk signals, translate errors, summarize emergency briefings, support newsroom workflows, and personalize warnings for different locations and languages. But AI alone cannot save lives. AI must be connected with trusted science, responsible editorial leadership, strong policy frameworks, and robust broadcast and telecom infrastructure. That is very important. So from the technology sector, we lined up this in 5 priorities. One, we should have a resilient communication infrastructure, because during disasters, normal systems are often the first to fail. The power may go off, the telecom networks may go down, congestion may happen, roads may be blocked, trees and all felling takes place, and internet may be disrupted. I spoke in the morning about that we need to have redundant transmission systems, pass, satellite connectivities and all. And I gave an example in the morning explaining the direct-to-mobile broadcasting network, which was the innovation of the Public Broadcasting Service of India with the professional bodies like Indian Institute of Technology and with the private industry. They developed a system which created a resilience, which minimized the broadband decongestion and gave a path for lowering the carbon footprint reduction. Because once you have got alternate paths, then you need not invest in infrastructure more and more. So that brings down the investment on the infrastructure and the carbon footprint as well. So that was one thing. And you need to have many alternate paths for such communication. I will tell you, in India, we have got very important events like 26th January coverage and all. We don't provide only one path. We take the transmission, all the parades and all through fiber, but we keep 5 more paths in parallel, which is the backpacks we have got the satellite links, we have got the studio transmitter links, we have so many paths. What happens in normal process, because emergencies don't happen by a call, they come all of a sudden. So you are focused on one mode of transmission and forget the rest. And when suddenly happens, out of 5, 4 of the systems are not working. So we need to have a continuous step on the alternate paths so that it is very responsive during those times. So the pathway, the connectivity has to have many diverse ways in addressing this disaster, while at the same time keeping a focus and eye on reducing the carbon footprint and making the system, a climate more resilient. That's it.
Thank you. And Andy, coming to you, obviously finance plays a huge role in all of this, and lots of these initiatives really require some support. What do you see from GCF's perspective? What needs to change in terms of finance?
Thank you, Jeanette. Hello, everybody. I think if the question is the current finance architecture fit for purpose to meet the growing challenge of the climate crisis, while we can point to some significant successes, early warning being one of them, of course, I think the headline answer to that question is probably not. And I think the current financial architecture in terms of climate finance can fairly be described as fragmented, complex, and quite difficult to access, particularly for vulnerable countries or countries on the front lines of the climate crisis, and particularly for vulnerable communities. That said, there is clearly growing ambition on the climate front, and if we go back to COP29 in Baku, there was a significant scaling up of the targets in terms of the climate finance targets that member states at COP committed to. So this is really welcome. It's something called the New Collective Quantified Goal, a rather clunky acronym, NCQG. And that basically called for developed countries to take the lead in mobilizing at least $300 billion per year for developing countries, albeit by the year 2035. And this target was in a broader ambition to scale total climate finance up to US dollars 1.3 trillion annually by that date from all sources. So these are huge figures, but at the same time, they do fall short of the estimated needs to initiate and to support effective climate action globally. The Green Climate Fund's Executive Director, Mafalda Duarte, has been quite explicit on this subject. And she has said, quote, "The current system for mobilizing resources to support developing countries is inadequate." And we at GCF, one part of that bigger system, we've acknowledged the shortcomings of our organization, which is relatively young, but in this time where instant implementation and instant effectiveness is required. We've really had a close look at ourselves to try and improve the systems and our accessibility and reduce the bureaucracy. And I think we have had some success on that. Not quite there yet, but we have had some success and on the right road. So 3 things. So we have a system that's probably not quite fit for purpose. We do have ambition, albeit ambition that's not quite matching what is needed. Let me just talk about 3 ways forward in the spirit of solutions journalism, which we've been talking about rightly so the last 2 days. I think the first point is we should really increase our focus on using the scarce and cheap public finance that is available to leverage greater capital for climate action via more innovative approaches, and this very much includes collaboration with the private sector. Secondly, I work for an organization at the international level of climate finance. We really should focus more on the creation and or the expansion of domestic capital markets, for climate action. And that's something we're beginning to see good results, particularly here in Asia Pacific. And thirdly, we should continue collective efforts to strengthen the capacity of countries in terms of their institutional and governance arrangements to deliver on their own climate priorities and develop and manage strong pipelines of climate finance for action. I've got a few examples to talk to each of those, Jeanette, but I think maybe in the interest of time, I'll just hold on to those and just to keep the discussion going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we've got about 15 more minutes of the session, and I would really love to open up to questions from the floor. I have more questions to ask the panelists, but I'd love to give us time from the audience. So I know we have a question here at the front, and we know you, but if you don't mind introducing yourself for those online as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Atik Kainan Ahmed. I'm working with ABU. ABU and UNESCO collaboration. We are doing quite a lot of work here. Can you hear me well? Okay. So first of all, congratulations to WMO team and the lead authors, really coming up with a wonderful document, as well as this is a very timely document to enlighten, on the overall regional perspective as well. So congratulations again. My perspective is we have from the UNESCO ABU initiative, we have recently run a needs assessment, and that provided some baseline information about how different, in this case, 7 countries, 12 media organizations are covered, and they have provided their very specific needs on some of these aspects, what they would like to cover on climate. Interesting thing is we have found that in the climate action, they have a lot of interest, so they have put the score quite high. But at the same time, they have mentioned that they have a great need of understanding the technicalities of it. which they lack now. So this type of document really encourages towards that. But at the same time, many of the media organizations are very day-to-day, and they're involved with the country situation, the things that is happening and would be happening in next few days' time. So in that perspective, the futuristic forecast outlook, those are very important as well. And WMO is coordinating with the Met Services very significantly and very nicely. So I would encourage if you also link them with, or encourage them to link with the forums, both the regional forums as well as the country-specific monsoon forums, winter forums, those kind of forums. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was more of a suggestion rather than a question. Yeah.
The suggestion. Thank you.
So the question being more like what you...
Do you have any plan?
Any plans to do so?
Yes,
okay, thank you. Do we have anyone who wants to take that? I think it's more on the WMO side, or I don't know, Ben, if you have a regional perspective.
Really quick, I think if I could just respond very quickly. Really good to see, I think, there in Bhutan after seeing him in Bangkok just recently at another regional platform. Look, I think it's fair to say that there's a desire, a willingness to open up the what we have is the regional climate outlook forum. We have many of them in different sub-regions across Asia. In South Asia, I mentioned SASCOF. We have ASEAN COF for the Southeast Asian and so on. ASEAN COF is leading the way in this context in terms of opening up to sector partners. So those that are actually using the information to improve outcomes for their sectors. So they're very much open to working with partners, and I like Atik's proposal to invite the media into these discussions, and I think that would be very useful. So we'll just take note of that, take that on board. We could trial it maybe in ASEAN COF for the next round, but also suggest it to other regional climate outlook fora. But I think it's very useful. I mean, we heard that suggestion of making information more accessible, relevant, transparent. I think these are really good points. Thank you, Atik, for bringing that forward.
Thank you. Mr. Srijesh, you have something short to add?
Yes, we are also conducting the South Asia Climate Outlook Forum. In that, associated with user forum meeting, media is one of the partner, and all that helps we can communicate our forecast uncertainty and our usefulness of the forecast to media people, and that will help to reach to last mile connectivity. So we are always encouraging all the media partners to join in our Outlook Forum meetings, and we are getting good feedback also from their side for their improvement also. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions from our journalists at the conference? Okay, so we're coming very shortly to the end of the session, but this session was really explicitly about commitments. So what I really want to do is hear about the commitments from each of the sectors. And maybe, Sunil, if we can start with you, what commitments either that you think need to be made from the technological sector?
See, I take my country, India. We have got 980 TV channels. The country has got such a wide population of 22 languages, official languages, and 272 dialects. Now imagine disseminating information, emergency informations to all these people in real time. That poses a real risk to the real challenge to the broadcasters rather. But we are doing that because every month our Prime Minister, he conveys on radio Man Ki Baat, which comes from him for the people of the country. Now, on the real time, this communication is translated into all those languages of the country, into all those dialects, and it reaches one and everyone in the real time. That is the type of the thing we are looking in case of the disasters and the climate resilience. That is one example which I wanted to give. Second, the cyclones, 3 cyclones came in India. I'll mention, Fani came in 2019. Then after 2 years, we had got cyclone Amphan, and then Biparjoy after 2 years. So all these led again government to think how the information can reach everybody, the last mile, in the real time. So what they did, a very short thing, that they immediately announced some 300 education channels, because in India, the broadcasting is a central subject. Only the government can do that. Not even the state governments are permitted. So they announced 300 education channels. They gave it to the state. It was implemented. And for the TV viewers, India has got a main transmission system of DTH, direct to home. It reaches the broadcasting by direct to home means, where you use a dish, set-top box, and your TV receivers. Now this costs 2,000 rupees, and the entire dissemination is free of cost all the life. But the government, because they are very concerned that the people at the far-flung areas, in the remote areas, they should have access to all the information. So they made it mandatory that all the TV sets coming in the country henceforth will have built-in tuners or set-top boxes, so that anybody who wants to have access to these things can just purchase a 300 rupees dish, plug into the TV, and he at his doorstep has got access to all those educational, emergency, communication, everything else. So these are the two steps which the government has taken. And now coming to the commitment, the major important thing is that aligning policy, technology, and editorial leadership. That is very important. So we need to commit to create a shared framework where policymakers, technologists, and editorial leaders work together to define how the emergency information is collected, verified, translated, distributed, and reviewed. So that's my take.
Thank you. And I think, Alex, that links quite nicely to you as you were talking about the intersection between policy and science. Would you agree with that? Did you have anything else to add on the commitment side?
Yes, indeed. I would add to policy, science, I would add the media. Because we are here talking to the broadcasting networks, and I just learned that the incredible amount of broadcasters alone in India shows that we need to work more closely together. Secretary General Nadeem, he mentioned with the example in Sri Lanka, what was missing was access to information. What was missing was collaboration. And for example, we are also working with the colleagues from WMO with a network of weather presenters. So giving them information, scientific information that they can use then to explain the people out there what's at stake and why is it happening. Because also the weather presenters are not all scientists. They know how to translate scientific information, so that's important. So the commitment that we are looking forward to is working closely with ABU, working closely with you as the members of the ABU on capacity building, so on the access to information about climate change, but also sharing content. We just briefly, we had a campaign looking at heat and during the FIFA World Cup. So the football players on the pitches, football is all over the world, people love the game. So we were thinking of providing them scientific data. We packaged the data, and this was shared with also with the ABU, and maybe some of the members have seen the material. So this is a starting point. What we could do together is that we provide you with scientific data that is packaged in a way that you can use it visually, but also factual, to work together on this. I think that would be the commitment for science, policy, and the media. Thank you, Janet.
Great, thank you very much. Nadeem, representing our media colleagues here in the room, how does that commitment sound, and what will you bring from the media side?
Well, that sounds good. From our end, since the launch of the work that we have done, is just one thing. We are here. Please use media as much as you can. Work together with us. I think all the broadcasters here during the last 2 days sessions, they've shown the commitment. They are happy to work with all the stakeholders, bringing the message to the people. But I think one thing I would like to highlight is that there is a need for capacity building within and among the journalists also, because not everybody knows about the climate information, but what Atik highlighted is very important. the language, the technical language that is being produced, how is it translated to the people, to the public is very important. That requires a level of training from the journalists. So yeah, our commitment is use media as a connector. We are here. We are happy to work with all stakeholders, and just any time, drop us a line, and we will be happy to take it forward.
Thank you. Andy, on the finance side, did you want to highlight one of the things that you mentioned, maybe one of the examples you had?
Maybe I'll share that later with colleagues, but I think, Jeanette, to sort of orientate my commitment, let's say, to this session, I just was thinking while colleagues were also speaking there, first-class public broadcasting protects lives and livelihoods. First-class climate projects protects lives and livelihoods. Excuse me. So there's clearly an overlap. Two very different sectors have a shared interest and a mutual incentive to collaborate. The second point I'd make is, rightly, the last 2 days we've focused on how the media can be a partner to protect lives and livelihoods, rightly so. Maybe the commitment I would make to ABU colleagues and member broadcasters is to think about a slightly different audience, and that is, how do we connect and convince those decision makers who decide on budget allocations, who decide whether climate finance is a priority or not. And I think one way we could look at collaborating is to make the case for effective climate action. While others are in retreat on climate, we know that this issue is a global challenge that requires collective and effective approach. And so within that, I think we can look at ways of how can we capture and share compelling impact stories to those people who have the power to allocate more, or, as is the case, unfortunately today, less financing for climate action. Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you. And our WMO colleagues have been waiting patiently and listening into the conversation. We don't have time to come back to all of you, but I could pass the floor back to one if somebody wants to comment and just reflect on the conversation. Ben, yeah?
Thank you. Yeah, look, I'll be really quick because I stole some of your time and I'll give it back to you. But on behalf of WMO and its members, I want to basically reinforce that we are already committed to continuing to promote science for action and advocating for more ambitious climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I think I recall very fondly my first engagement with ABU a couple of years ago in Bali at the 8th Summit, where we basically all came together and agreed that amid all the stories of loss of life and livelihoods, there are also stories of hope. For example, where anticipatory action is softening impact and helping vulnerable communities to build resilience. And I think we need to continue that in partnership with ABU. So, through the early warnings for initiative, WMO and its partners, UNDRR, ITU, FRC, will ensure that no one is left behind while this climate crisis continues to evolve. So the other commitment is to these climate reports, both at the global level and the regional level. We've just launched the Asia report. The global report comes out every March on World Meteorological Day. And please, this is just a heads up, the Pacific report, because ABU covers Pacific as well, that will be launched in July. So watch this space, stay tuned. Thank you very much again for your support. Thanks, Jeanette.
Thank you. I'm going to just take the chance to wrap up our session here. You've heard all of our speakers. I think what we've heard is we have the technological know-how. We have the media skills, the storytelling capacity. We have financiers who want to work with us, and we have strong, robust science and policy in the format of your UN colleagues and the partners that we work with around the world to gather that information and to translate it into reports that service you and service all of us to get this message out. So in my mind, we already have the makings of a really fantastic, intelligent media ecosystem. And all that is left for me to do is to say thanks to everybody for contributing to that. Let's scale it up. Let's go out and work harder to get the message out, to change minds and to save lives and livelihoods. And finally, to thank all of our panelists, Sunil, Nadeem, Andy, Alex, and also the colleagues Ben, Leila, Dr. Zhang Jochen and Mr. Srijith from WMO. Thank you very much. A huge round of applause for everybody.
Thank you very much, and please stay online for a while, so because we have a group photo for this particular session. Yes, please stay for a while. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, colleagues from WMO. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Nagisa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
with this,
Bye-bye.
I think. All right. So with this session, we conclude 2 days of very intense, insightful, I think, very informative discussions. And I hope that there will be some takeaways after two, I hope not very heavy days for all of you. Let me just wrap up some takeaways from this particular day 2, which was the ABU AI Forum with the theme Intelligent Media, AI for Resilient Broadcasting and Emergency Response. So a few takeaways is AI is a tool, not a substitute for editorial judgment. Public trust must remain at the center of AI adoption. AI can strengthen emergency communication and save lives, meaning it can be helpful. Humanitarian action can benefit from AI-enabled solutions. AI must support inclusion and accessibility. Environmental sustainability must be part of the AI conversation. Responsible AI requires governance, standards, and capacity development or capacity building. And the most important takeaway of the day is collaboration across sections is essential. So effective solutions require collaboration among media organizations, scientific and meteorological institutions, humanitarian agencies, technology developers, governments, development and financing partners. The future of resilience lies in partnership rather than isolated efforts. So the partnership is a key word for 2 days, I believe. And our final session on the building an intelligent media ecosystem. So this special session highlighted that we need for integrated ecosystem where science, technology, finance, humanitarian actors and media work together to deliver trusted, timely, and actionable information. Participants agreed that media must be recognized not merely as a communication channel, but as a strategic partner in climate adaptation, disaster preparedness, and risk reduction. And we also shared the draft of PARO declaration with all the participants. We received only one comment from WMO that was integrated into the final draft. And if there is no other further reservations or comments or thoughts, I would declare that PARO 2026 declaration from dialogue to commitment was adopted today. And for the closing remarks, I would like to invite the colleagues from BBS Bhutan, who would be giving the closing remarks. Oh yes, please, sir. The stage is yours.
Lasola, Kuzuzampo. Very good evening to all of you. So, honorable guests, Secretary General of Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union, distinguished speakers, delegates, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude the 10th ABU Media Summit on Climate Action, Disaster Prevention, and ABU AI Forum, I would like, on behalf of Bhutan Broadcasting Service, people of Bhutan, to extend our sincere gratitude to all of you for making this event a grand success. Over the past 2 days, we have shared valuable insights and explored innovative approaches to addressing climate change, disaster preparedness, and the responsible use of artificial intelligence. The discussion has reinforced the vital role of media and technology in building informed, resilient, and sustainable communities. We are deeply honored to have welcomed delegates, experts, broadcasters, policymakers, development partners, and students from Royal Academic Parmisa. Your participation has enriched our dialogue and strengthened regional cooperation. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to ABU, led by Secretary General, for his continued leadership and wonderful support. We also thank our speakers, moderators, partners, sponsors, and the management of Dunkar Zong, as well as logistic partner for their invaluable contributions. We also would like to acknowledge the dedicated staff of BBS and the ABU technical team, who has ensured the smooth and successful delivery of this summit. With the end of this summit, let us all carry forward acknowledgement, partnership, and wonderful memory, inspiration, and the inspiration gained here during this summit. Together, we can continue to strengthen our collective response to climate challenges, disaster risks, and technological transformation for the benefit of our communities. Finally, we would like to wish you all a safe travels, enjoy a wonderful stay in Bhutan, followed by a very exciting excursion tomorrow to the capital city of Bhutan. So once again, we would like to thank you for your active participation, cooperation, and friendship. We look forward to meeting you all again at future ABU events. Thank you. Karinchila.
Thank you very much. Taking this opportunity, I would like again to thank wonderful host for these 2 days and the work behind it. We worked for several months together, and I appreciate each of you who contributed, helped. If something was I was tough sometimes, so I apologize for that. And we want to conclude in a very positive note. We have 2 videos to show because we have students here with us, young people who will be taking over in the future. So there are 2 messages that we also got from the social media. I think they are very positive messages. Yeah, if you can please watch them.
If you could deliver one message to the younger generation, what would it be?
Care for the world. No, neither more nor less. Around the world, young people are realizing these things in a way that their elders maybe do not. And they are outraged at the way in which my generation have dealt with the natural world and the tragic situation and crucial situation, a disastrous situation that have got the nerve to hand over to them. And they're making their voice heard. They say it with total conviction and great profundity and great passion, and we should listen.
Does it give you hope?
I don't think it's going to get better in your time. If you can hold it back to where we are now, you'll have done a great thing. But my suspicion is that we're going to lose a bunch of species yet before we can get things under control. We aren't the only living organisms on this earth, on this planet. We have no right. If we make it impossible for other animals to live on the planet, we are killing ourselves.
And the last message is another one.
My message, the final message, is we have an opportunity ahead of us if we get together. If we get together with our intelligence, if we get together with a passion for change, if we get together helping our young people to understand there is hope, then we can make the change.
So there is a hope. Thank you very much for everyone. And now we would suggest to go back to the main entrance all together, right? Main entrance, oh, that one. Back entrance and take a group photo. Thank you.